Okay, welcome everyone. This is our Transit Committee meeting number 20 for Thursday, June 12th. I'll start with the land acknowledgement. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa
Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia.
Today is on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people who lived and continue to live on this land. We recognize and honor the valuable contributions of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. They and their ancestors have been stewards of this territory, caring for the land and the waters that flow through it for generations. We have no regrets today that I'm aware of, so I'll ask Kelly to do the roll call.
Councillor Brockington. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Lowe.
Present.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Vice Chair DeRush.
Here.
Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none. Confirmation of minutes from our April 10th meeting. Are those carried? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go through the agenda. I think we have presentations on just about every file, but there might be one we can carry on consent. On 4.1, this is the OC Transpo update. We have a staff presentation and we have one delegation. On 5.1, response to Westboro Collision Coroner's Inquest, we do have a staff presentation. So we'll hold that. On 5.2, we will hold that one. It's OC Transpo's non-fare revenue strategy, and we have a presentation from staff. And on 5.3, we have the Stage 2 Light Rail Transit Project update, and we have a presentation from staff on that. Item 6.1 is the status update, Transit Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending May 30th. Can we receive that? Received. Thank you. And then we'll get to the notices of motion previously be given at the end of the meeting. So we'll go back to the beginning. Before I hand it over to staff, avant de commencer, j'aimerais dire quelques
Before we
mots
start, I'd
au
like to
sujet
say
de
a few
Renée.
words regarding Renée.
Words about Renée. As we heard last week, after nearly 4 years as general manager of OC Transpo, Renée Amilcar announced that she will be leaving the city of Ottawa to pursue an exciting new career opportunity. And this is her last transit committee meeting. Renée's time at the city has been transformative for OC Transpo, and her tenure was defined by ambitious reforms and significant challenges. La présence de Renée à la ville a
The
transformé
presence of
OC
Renée at the
Transpo.
city transformed OC Transpo. Her term was marked by very important challenges.
2021, her first job was to get O-Train Line 1 operating after a months-long closure due to a derailment. Since then, she has faced many challenges head-on: ridership, infrastructure, the bus fleet, funding gaps, and improving the public perception of transit in Ottawa. Her strong leadership, foresight, and willingness to tackle each obstacle directly and transparently has left a lasting and positive impact on public transit for Ottawa. Yesterday at Council, I mentioned some of OC Transpo's accomplishments under her leadership, and I want to reiterate them here. Stabilizing the operation of O-Train Line 1, overseeing the successful launch of Line 2 and Line 4, preparing for the opening of the Line 1 extension east to Trim and eventually to Moody and Algonquin, the most comprehensive redesign of the city's bus network in Ottawa history to adapt to changing ridership patterns, our growing city, and the new rail lines, and the transformation of our bus fleet from diesel to zero-emission buses, including the conversion of the St. Laurent garage to charge, maintain, and store these new vehicles, just to name a few. And while advancing these projects, she's also brought new insights and international attention to OC Transpo and Ottawa as the president of UITP, the International Association of Public Transport. She's emphasized transparency and reliability as keys to rebuilding public trust and committed the department to open communication and regular updates on system performance. Tout au long de son mandat,
All along her term, she put the emphasis on transparency and reliability as key elements to reestablish the public confidence, and she urged the organization to contribute to the development and making regular updates on the performance of the system.
For always bringing us the facts and allowing the experts on her team the opportunity to speak directly to this committee and to answer our questions. Je tiens à remercier Renée.
I want to thank Renée for always presenting us with the facts and allowing the experts on her team to talk to us directly.
Challenges to overcome. I know that this team is committed to these ideals, and we are in very capable hands as we continue to deliver good transit to our residents. So thank you, Renée, for your dedicated service to our city, your leadership and your compassion through this time of transition. Your commitment to public service and to your team is sincerely appreciated by the city and its residents. Votre engagement envers la fonction
Your
publique.
commitment to the public service and your team are sincerely appreciated by the city and its residents. Thank you.
And with that, I will turn the floor to you and your team for our monthly update.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je suis très fébrile. et
Thank
je suis
you
très
so much.
contente d'entendre ça.
I'm very happy to hear
Je suis
your
contente
words,
pour l'équipe.
especially
Vous avez dit,
happy
vous
for
avez
the
dit,
team, because
c'est pas,
what
juste
you
personne, c'est
mention,
vraiment
our
l'équipe. Je suis très
achievements,
fière de l'équipe.
are
Je suis
achievements
vraiment
of
fière
the
de votre
team.
connaissance.
I'm very proud of my
Thank you,
team.
Chair Gower, for your kind words. It has been an honor to serve as General Manager of Transit Services for almost 4 years, as you said. Your recognition of the challenges and achievements we have faced as a team over the past 4 years mean a great deal. We should all be very proud of the progress we've made toward improving customer service, restoring public trust, and building a stronger, more reliable transit system. I will say that OC Transpo is on the right path, guided by strong civic leadership and a dedicated workforce. I'm very sad to be leaving OC Transpo. The people who work here are dedicated public servants, committed to making transit better every day. They are some of the most talented experts I have encountered in my career. I have a lot of experience. I ask them to come to speak at each transit committee meeting so you can hear directly from them, benefit from their knowledge, and understand that our successes are because of the team, not one person. As a team, we can and have achieved everything we set out to do. I will miss them all greatly, but I also know they will continue to transform the transit system for the benefit of our customers. I wish you, Chair, and all members of Transit Committee continued success in delivering the transit system Ottawa deserves. With that aside, we have some important updates to share with the committee today, so let's begin our presentations. As you know, on April 27, OC Transpo launched New Ways to Bus. This was the biggest service change in the city's history, and I'm so proud to say it went extremely well. We still have fine-tuning to do, but it went well. The entire OC Transpo team worked very hard on this project. Everyone from transit planning to operations to communications and outreach, among many more. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to all of them. New Ways to Bus marks one of 3 very important steps in our goal of achieving 99.5% service. To increase transparency and ensure easy access, we have recently begun posting monthly KPIs on octranspo.com. Key performance indicators are critical as they measure how well we are doing and where we can improve our service. In addition to the current KPIs on the website, we will also be adding safety KPIs soon. June, as you know, is Employee Recognition Month at the City of Ottawa. Our employees are the most important part of our department. They keep our city moving, and they care deeply about what they do. Throughout the month, there will be activities and events planned for our staff, including an employee festival for all transit services, staff, and their families. You are more than welcome. This past Saturday, June 7th, we participated in Doors Open by giving residents a sneak peek of Trim Station. It allowed attendees a chance to get a feel for what the upcoming East extension will offer. Next slide, please. Here are some photos from the Doors Open event. As you can see, it was a great time for both attendees and our staff. Next slide, please. As you know, we had a free service weekend on May 3rd and 4th. This event was a big success. During the weekend, ridership on the O-Train system was 54% higher than an average weekend. We had well over 136,000 customers who traveled on the O-Train system, including lines 1, 2, and 4. And more than 3,000 Para Transpo customers took advantage of the free weekend. We partnered with many organizations across the city to promote the event, and we had musical performances at O-Train stations that helped to bring a celebratory mood to the system. Happy Goat Coffee also served 1,500 free drinks and consistently saw long lines all weekend. The weekend was a great success, and I'm thankful for the OC Transpo team who made it possible. I want to take the opportunity to say thank you to Councillor Leeper, who was there as well, and I saw him and he was excited. So it was very nice to see that. Next slide, please. We have seen many achievements in the first and second quarters of 2025, and it's important to take a moment to recognize them. In January, we opened O-Train lines 2 and 4 in a phased approach. We have seen new e-buses and Para Transpo minibuses continue to enter service. We provided a 5-year roadmap update to Transit Committee. We launched New Ways to Bus, the largest bus service change in the city's history, on April 27. And as I just touched on in the previous slide, we hosted a free service weekend in May. On top of the accomplishments listed on this slide, we also managed bus and rail service during multiple winter storms, continued work on the Stage 2 extensions, among many other things. Next slide, please. As we move forward into the third and fourth quarters of 2025, there are many more exciting milestones ahead. We know there is strong interest in the Stage 2 LRT East extension, and we are hard at work confirming information for the first of a series of technical briefings that will provide information on the pathway to passenger service. We have summer service and special events just around the corner with Canada Day and Blues Fest beginning in a few weeks. We continue work on the construction at the ST Laurent garage to convert it to maintain and charge our new electric bus fleet. We are also organizing a technical briefing in Q3 on the status of the O-Train Line 1 containment and mitigation measures that were implemented to respond to the cartridge bearing assembly challenges. This will provide everyone with an update on the measures currently in place on Line 1 and the progress we have made. We are also working with our city colleagues on the transit components of the Transportation Master Plan and Transit Long Range Financial Plan. And we will bring forward our 2026 budget this fall. I would say they will. We are always looking for ways to better service customers. Now that Line 2 is fully operational, my team has been looking at aligning O-Train Lines 1 and 2 morning start times. We are finalizing the details, and believe we will be able to implement earlier start times on line 2 by September 2nd. That will answer to Chair DeRoche, Vice Chair DeRoche inquiry. This will mean that both line 1 and 2 would start at 5 a.m. from Monday to Friday, and on Saturday service will begin at 6 a.m. More information will be shared with Council and Transit customers as we confirm the details of the new start times. It's a very good news for our customers. As you can see, there is a lot of important work still to come this year. So much will be accomplished in the second half of this year, and I know that Troy Charter will provide excellent leadership in the days ahead. J'ai confiance en toi, Troy.
I have
Troy
a lot
is
of
strong
confidence
leader
in you, Troy.
who understands all of OC Transpo's operations and its people. He's committed to transparency and open communications. I know he will continue to bring timely and relevant updates to this committee as interim GM. Troy will have the support of my entire departmental leadership team. They promised that to me, otherwise I will come back. They don't want me to come back. To help him achieve the many milestones this year, I would like to announce that Joël Lemieux, Joël debout, s'il te plaît, will be acting as the Director of Transit Service Delivery and Rail Operations. On connaît très bien Joël. En plus, il est parfaitement bilingue. Je suis très, très, très contente.
He's perfectly
Troy-
bilingual, and I'm very happy. Troy will be well
Joël began
supported.
his career with OC Transpo as a bus operator. Since that time, he's held many positions, including managing the Transit Operations Control Center and the training program for bus and rail operators. I will now hand things over to Derek Morin. Where's Derek? He's here. He will provide an update to us. Je suis un petit peu fébrile encore, Derek. Merci d'être là, je suis contente.
I'm still
Merci beaucoup.
nervous, Derek, that's why.
Merci René et bonjour Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, René. Good day, Mr. Chair. Today, I will be speaking briefly about the cleaning of Station 1, the supervision measures taken on line 2 and 4.
As with any public area, our rail system's cleanliness status can change without notice. Our challenge is to identify areas in need of attention and dispatch resources quickly to restore a comfortable transit environment to our customers. To supplement the custodial monitoring performed by the maintainer, OC Transpo began enhanced station cleanliness oversight last spring. A combination of CCTV footage review and in-person assessments verify contractual compliance and overall cleanliness. Proactive station monitoring is conducted regularly by OC Transpo. Issues in need of attention are reported to the Transit Operations Control Center for tracking and work order generation. After-action reviews are conducted by the rail controllers to verify the maintainer's compliance with response and rectification times prescribed by the project agreement. You can go to slide 2. Thank you. While not a comprehensive list of aspects which are monitored regularly, our inspections do include elements such as the station platforms and floors, and that encompasses everything from the station entrances all the way down to the platform tactile strips, those yellow strips that warn people that they're getting too close to the tracks. Excess salt is removed between winter events, and it should be understood that when more inclement weather is in the forecast in winter, some salt is left down there to be reused, but we make sure that it doesn't collect to create a tripping hazard in any one location. We also look at escalators, and new equipment that was procured last year has yielded very positive results on the escalator treads. We are now exploring options with the maintainer and their subcontractor to acquire additional landing plates at the tops and bottoms so that they can be removed and deep cleaned more frequently off-site. We also look at the stainless steel. The maintainer has recently introduced a new product that has changed the application procedure, and it has yielded positive results, but we're still monitoring it. And we're hoping that this product will perform better during the colder months as well. We also look at common touch points, which are cleaned more frequently, like the ticket vending machines, the fare gates, door handles, and door and elevator activation buttons. On to slide 3. Then the next big portion of station cleanliness is the seasonal cleaning. Seasonal cleaning is well underway this year to coincide with the citywide street sweeping and the Byward Market District Authority's spring readiness activities. All station entrances have been cleared of all the salts and sand that has accumulated over the winter. The station glazing is being pressure washed across the whole system again now. Exterior stainless steel is being treated to guard against spot rusting. And the equipment that was acquired last year to clear cobwebs from the ceiling with such success is ready for deployment when that collection resumes a little bit later on in the summer, early fall. The planned maintenance shutdown has been and will continue to be leveraged for greater custodial access to minimize the interference with the public use of the system. Last year's tunnel leak remediation efforts reduced the number and severity of the underground station leaks. The artwork at Parliament Station, the most heavily affected station by leaks, has been, for the most part, cleaned and reinstalled, with a few areas still left open to provide the maintainer access for more touch-up work. But we no longer have leaks impacting the customer pathways. I believe I'm passing this over to my colleague, Brad Tubman now.
Oh, sorry, it's me, Brett.
Oh, my apologies, Troy.
It's all good. It's all good. Thank you very much. Merci. Comme indiqué dans une note de service datée du 30 mai, la campagne annuelle d'entretien du GTR s'est amorcée le 6 juin. 3 fermetures tôt et partielles de la ligne ont déjà été effectuées et 2 autres journées sont prévues le samedi et dimanche prochain. As we previously discussed here at the Transit Committee, all rail systems require temporary closures, as not all the required work can be completed in the short engineering hours when the O train is not in service. We have worked closely with our maintainers to reduce the impact of temporary closures on the line, scheduling them on late evenings and weekends. We've also been able to reduce the duration of the service impact significantly this year, from 14 days as we did last year, down to just 5 days this year. Now, this will vary from year to year based upon the work that is planned to be completed. However, we will always work to reduce the customer and service impacts. In developing this plan, we've also taken into account the current state of our bus fleet and our maintenance team, specifically our challenges in recruiting mechanics. And I know you'll get a bit of an update on that coming up. There is no perfect time for this work to be completed. However, it is required, and I'll discuss in a few slides. I'll actually go into detail on some of the critical work that's being done to promote the long-term sustainability and reliability of the system, but also to implement some of the improvements that address aspects of the system that have previously caused unplanned service disruptions. While this plan has reduced the number of days on which replacement bus service is required, and we've specifically targeted times when the active bus fleet is lower, this will add an increased strain on our bus fleet. Our fleet team is working hard to meet the temporary increase in bus requirements over the next few days, and noting that we do have a Red Blacks game as well this coming Friday. We do anticipate that there may be, and there will likely be, some impacts on our service reliability next week as we work to recover from the weekend and increase in the bus maintenance requirements. Additionally, as part of these shutdowns, and I'll show in the next slide, we're also strategically leveraging this maintenance window to incorporate Stage 2 East expansion work wherever possible, and to advance work that our partners in IWSD will be undertaking in the St. Laurent Tunnel related to the OSIM inspection. Next slide, please. À titre de rappel, le graphique indique
As a reminder, here you can see the dates that are planned for the maintenance and the work of Phase 2 that require temporary adjustment to the service and the use of replacement bus service.
As I mentioned, work has already been completed on June 6th, 7th, and 8th. The remaining RTG works are to be completed this weekend, June 14th and 15th. Good progress has been made so far, and the previously planned closure for tonight is no longer required. As a result, regular service on Line 1 will operate as normal this evening, so we're happy with that. It's good progress. In addition to the RTG required work, on Sundays, June 22nd and 29th. There will be a late start to rail service, and rail replacement bus service will be in place. These dates are required to advance the testing and system integration of the Stage 2 East Extension activities with current Line 1 operations. So in these situations, we cannot be in operation while this work is undertaking. We are very excited that the Stage 2 work is continuing, and we're seeing daily progress. With that said, though, we do anticipate that there will be additional service adjustments required later this summer and potentially in the fall as the East Extension testing commissioning activities progresses. These details are not yet confirmed and planning efforts continue. However, the weekends of July 5th and 26th are currently being reviewed. And once again, you'll get a little bit more information on that in an upcoming update today. As soon as those details are confirmed, as always, we'll be issuing the communications to Council, Transit Committee, as well as our customers. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that I was going to get into some of the details of some of the RTM work that's going to be undertaking that has been undertaken and will be undertaken this weekend. So, there is some small sections of track that will be doing rail replacement. So in the downtown tunnel, as well as near some of the curves at Herdman Station, they will be replacing small segments of track. There's also going to be ongoing upgrades to the supporting wires, or what we call parafills. We've talked about this previously at the Transit Commission, which are part of the overhead catenary system. The parafills, as I said, they're a component of the OCS, or overhead catenary system, and they hold the control arms that hold the OCS wire in place. And it's hard to tell in the picture there, but you're seeing the OCS, and where you see the post, there's the control arms that stem out from that, and then there's another series of components that hold that control arm in place. The parafill work is currently slated to occur at locations between Pimisi and Lyon, between New Ottawa and Lees, close to the highway, and in the west end of the alignment around Tunney Station. The upgraded parafills will improve corrosion resistance, which was a challenge previously, as well as the durability. It will be rolled out across the entire system. However, right now we're specifying target areas that are more prone to corrosion and therefore are being prioritized. Other work includes adjustments to the track electrical grounding near Tunney's Passenger Station. When dealing with electricity through the catenary system and rails, alarms and grounding device activations can occur when there is a difference in voltage between the rail and the ground, producing stray currents, which can disrupt or damage buried infrastructure along the line. I want to be clear that there's been no damaged infrastructure and service has not been impacted as a result of this. However, this proactive action will improve and reduce the potential for stray currents and the associated impacts on nearby infrastructure. RTM is also advancing work to deal with the potential of lightning strikes and those associated mitigations. They're conducting work at 3 specific locations: the 417 overpass north of Lee Station, the Lees Avenue overpass south of Lee Station, as well as the Holland Avenue overpass near Tunney's Passenger Station. What they'll be doing is they'll be installing additional insulation between the structures and the OCS and making changes to the infrastructure hardware to increase clearances between the OCS wires and the supports to reduce the likelihood of a lightning strike causing a disruption. This is directly from the, we did have an occurrence of a lightning strike, and this will address specifically that. If you recall, there was a report that was done, recommendations were brought forward, and now is the time in which they'll be implementing those recommendations. So we're pleased with that. There's also work that's going to be done to the train control servers. So train control servers are a vital portion of the computer-based train control system. They'll be upgrading the servers with new units. As I mentioned, it's part of the CBTC, but they're responsible for regulating the train movements and therefore are a very critical component. Again, this is proactive and value-added life cycle work, which will ensure the long-term reliability and sustainability, making sure that train movements continue and there's no concerns there. There will also be work on the traction power substations. The TPSS's traction power substations provide power to the rail line, and obviously it's required for the train operations. During this time, RTG will be performing a number of maintenance activities, including detailed inspections of the electrical components, general part replacements, and the implementation of additional pest control measures. And then, as I mentioned, IWSD in the Stage 2, Mr. Holder's group will also be undertaking additional activities. The RCP activities will include testing and system integration, and there'll be follow-ups related to the OSIM inspection in the St. Laurent Tunnel. Nous comprenons ces ajustements au
We
service
understand that these
des
adjustments
déplacements quotidiens
will
des clients.
disturb our clientele, but we thank them for their
Poursuivons
patience
ces importants travaux
while we do
afin de
these
soutenir la
important works
fiabilité du réseau.
to
En
sustain the
continu,
reliability of the
nous
network
effectuons des progrès
and while
dans le
we are
prolongement vers l'est.
progressing with the east
And last,
extension.
before I turn things over to Brad Tubman to discuss our special event preparations, I would like to personally thank Madame Amelkar for her kind words, but more importantly, for her mentorship over the last few years. You have brought a wealth of knowledge and experience that has benefited the city, but also the entire OC team, including myself. We have all learned a great deal from you, and we are all grateful for your vision and leadership. I trust that you know that you are leaving a lasting mark on transit services here in Ottawa. A huge thanks from the entire OC Transpo team. I'm incredibly excited and humbled by this opportunity. I personally look forward to working with Council, the Transit Committee, the senior and departmental leadership teams, as well as the dedicated, hardworking OC Transpo team to continue to advance and promote public transit in my hometown. Merci. Thank you very much. I'll now turn things over to Brad.
Merci, Troy. Bonjour, je m'appelle Brad Tubman. Et je
I'm
suis le
Brad
gestionnaire
Tubman.
de centre
I'm
de
the manager of Central Control. I'm here to give you more information concerning the special event preparations.
First of all, I'll mention that the Ottawa Red Black season has begun, and we have made preparations to provide our 450 series service so customers can get to and from TD Place as quickly as possible without worrying about parking or navigating the congestion on Bank Street. Our transit supervisor team takes great pride in managing this fantastic service for customers. First regular season home game of the year is tomorrow night, and our bus operators, supervisors, and controllers are ready to deliver the service plan. Another large event that we provide service for every year is the Escapade Music Festival, which this year has moved to the RA Center on Riverside Drive and takes place June 20th to 22nd. We will be utilizing Billings Bridge Station for this event and adding supplemental service to accommodate the increase in passenger volumes. And we'll have transit supervisors at the station immediately following the event to manage the egress and to ensure there is bus available for passengers to get to their destinations safely. July 1st is, of course, Canada Day, and this is our biggest passenger day of the year. We have worked closely with our city partners at Traffic Services, Events Central, OPS, and Public Works to ensure a transit plan that is both safe and maximizes customer experience. The main events will be taking place at LeBreton Flats, and Pimissy Station will be utilized as a key station for both ingress and egress this year. We have a comprehensive plan in place that will ensure that we provide safe transportation for the thousands of passengers who will be relying on our trains and buses to bring them to the events and then home afterwards. And last, we have prepared our operational plan for Ottawa Blues Fest, running from July 10th to 20th at LeBreton Flats. Pimissy Station will once again be the key location for Line 1 service, with westbound buses available on Albert Street or at Tunney's Pasture Station for those looking for service to the west after the show's end at 11 p.m. I'll note this is the first year that we've incorporated Lines 2 and 4 rail service into our summer special event operational plans. There will be a greater emphasis on Bayview Station as a connection between Lines 1 and 2, as well as for pedestrians walking to the station from the LeBreton event site. Next page, please. There are multiple strategies we utilize from the Transit Operations Control Center to ensure we are operationally prepared for these large events. First, coordination meetings take place with our city partners, including OPS, Traffic Management, and Public Works, to ensure that we are all well aware of the plan and to ensure and to understand every group's roles and responsibilities. For Canada Day, Blues Fest, and Escapade, we conduct tabletop exercises prior to the events to simulate our responses to unexpected circumstances that could occur. Following these events, we conduct debriefs to document what worked well, as well as improvement opportunities. There are also multiple working groups within OC Transpo to ensure operational readiness for these events. From the Transit Operations Control Center, we create detailed launch and reduction plans for lines 1, 2, and 4, and attend daily meetings with our maintainers, RTM and TNext, to review safety and service-related issues. Rail and bus controllers receive training on managing service disruptions such as medical emergencies, biohazards, mechanical failures, and coordinate with field staff, our special constable unit, and our maintainers. Contingency plans are activated quickly, including the implementation of rail replacement service when needed. During special events, rail controllers are actively monitoring station platforms using CCTV and will make PA announcements as needed to inform and direct passengers. Another key element of our preparation is the TOCC Command and Control Plan, which outlines how all the different OC Transpo groups who will be working in or around the event sites will communicate with each other, as well as to the Transit Operations Control Center. And the last preparation item I'll mention today is the activation of our OC Transpo Service Command Center, which we utilize for large planned events like Canada Day or unexpected events such as a severe snowstorm or other events that could impact our service delivery to customers. When activated, the Service Command Center brings together management staff from different OC Transpo departments, as well as our rail maintainers, into one room and provides us the ability to make immediate coordinated responses to any unforeseen circumstances. The staff in the Transit Operations Control Center are an extremely dedicated team who are experts in what they do. They've received extensive training on rules, policies, procedures, and are doing everything they can to ensure that those passengers who are relying on our buses, trains, and Para Transpo vans arrive to the event safely and on time, and then home again afterwards. We'll be moving thousands of customers during these special events, and we will be very prepared. I'll now hand it over to our Chief Safety Officer, Sabrina Pazian.
Merci, Brad. Bonjour à tous.
Hello,
I'm pleased to
everyone.
be here with you this morning to present our regular safety KPIs from the Safety Regulatory Training and Development Service Area. Next slide, please. Les deux diapos qui suivent montrent
The
nos
two
données
following
pour les
slides
mois de
show
janvier
data
jusqu'à avril
for
de cette année.
January to April this
If I
year.
bring your attention to the top of the slide, it shows the tracking of our employee occurrences as we've shown each time. As you can see, we're on track for just a slight increase, about 4% as compared to the same time period last year. So it's about 286 occurrences this year versus 273 in 2024. The top 3 employee occurrences we observed during this period are the same that we've seen kind of month over month. It's motor vehicle incidents, slip trips, and stressful and traumatic events. So we're going to continue to monitor these trends as we go forward. At the bottom of the slide, we're going to get into red light and speeding infractions. So on the bottom left hand of the slide, we're looking at the red light infractions. I previously reported the red light data to Transit Committee. I haven't included it recently, but I've brought it back today for 2 reasons. So the first is we're seeing a change in our trends, so I thought that'd be important to share. We saw an increase in the red light infractions in both February and March. And then the second reason is that now red light infractions impact our CVOR rating, which previously they did not. So that's the rating with the MTO. So in light of this, our June safety observation program is going to focus on red light compliance, and we're conducting a dedicated safety blitz on this topic this month. Moving forward onto the automated speed infractions, that's on the bottom right hand of the slide. So this data shows a notable decrease from the same period in 2024, which is great to see. It's a 37% decrease. So although I'm very encouraged by these results, it's important to note that this data only reflects the speeding from the automated speed enforcement cameras. It's not necessarily a full representation of the occurrences of speeding in our revenue or non-revenue transit vehicles. So we're working right now on redefining our data collection processes as relates to speeding. And I'll get into that a little bit when I discuss the inquest recommendations later on today. However, both the red light and speeding infraction KPIs are on an improved trajectory right now in comparison to 2024. Next slide, please. Ce prochain graphique montre
The
le
next
taux de
slide
blessure.
shows customer injury rates.
January to April, the customer injury rate is 0.96. That's per 1 million customer trips, as you'll recall. And overall, we're on track to be well below our SMS target, our safety management system target by 7%. So in this series of data, we're seeing customer injuries most commonly related to slips and trips, braking, and bus in motion. So that's another consistent pattern we're seeing month over month and year over year, especially slips and trips as it relates to the winter months. In 2024, in our year-end review, we found a discrepancy in the data for how we categorize customer injuries on rail specifically. So starting with the launches of lines 2 and 4, we implemented a better process to capture all related customer injuries, which accounts maybe just slightly for the increase. And the other new piece of data that we've started to consider as part of customer injuries involves the category of intoxication or injuries that are caused by that in our transit system. So that's also included in this metric, which makes it look slightly higher for 2025. So as I've mentioned in the past, we're really continuing to refine our data and our tracking and distribute more customer-facing messaging and communication campaigns on the importance of safety. We've had a lot of recent campaigns, including no rushing and don't run for the train or the bus, safety campaigns in stations, and joint safety messaging with our external partners, which has been really great to see that collaboration. Moving on to preventable collisions. So the graph at the bottom there shows our preventable collisions that occurred in the first 4 months of this year. And as I've reported to the Transit Committee in these last few months, we have observed quite an increase in our preventable collision frequency this year in comparison to last, and just generally overall. So preventable collisions spiked in the month of February, and but over the last 2 months, I'm really encouraged to see a fairly steady decrease. So that's really great to see. This is still well above our safety management system target, but we are seeing a decrease, which is really great because we have put a significant amount of effort and mitigation measures in place to help that. So far in 2025, up until the end of April, we've seen 212 preventable collisions where transit vehicles were involved. As I mentioned at the last Transit Committee meeting, we have implemented those programs and strategies, and now we're also taking a deeper dive into the data just to really pinpoint if there's some other reasons, either operationally or as part of training, that could help have a positive impact on this metric. Next slide, please. Previously, we committed to bringing an update to the Transit Committee at least twice a year on fare compliance. So that's what we're going to dive into next. On this slide, it shows the amount of tickets and warnings issued by station, both rail and bus. And then anything that's labeled bus/street, that would be represented with on the slide there, which is when the fare enforcement officers are issuing tickets on board buses. So overall, this data is represented from January to May, so 1 additional month. And we've issued over 2,700 tickets and over 290 warnings. As I previously mentioned, though, these numbers show what's the data that's currently measurable and available, but our transit fare enforcement officers continue to have countless number of verbal and nonverbal interactions with our customers throughout the network on a daily basis that result in neither a ticket and nor a warning, but just their presence alone is really acting as a substantial deterrent to fare evasion. We also have, as we all know, some very intangible benefits of our transit fare enforcement officer program. We've really seen an increase to safety for both our staff and our customers throughout the network, given their presence. Next slide, please. The graph on the left-hand side represents the total amount of revenue generated from the infractions that has been paid to date from January to May. So what this means is that the amount of revenue could be higher based on the number of tickets issued versus the amount that's actually been paid so far to the city. As previously requested at the Transit Committee, we've also included this new graph on the right that really captures I'll say the top 10 location in which the warnings and infractions are being issued. So I would say that this is the area that we're still seeing a fair bit of fare evasion. We continue to take several proactive steps to further enhance our data collection for fare enforcement, and I'm going to report back on how that's looking later this year. That concludes my portion of the presentation. Je vais maintenant passer la présentation à ma collègue Amanda.
I'll now give the floor to my colleague Amanda.
Thank you, Sabrina. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Je m'appelle Amanda Blanchfield.
I'm Amanda Blainfield. I'm in the strategy program manager.
Highlighting conventional bus and O-train ridership. For the month of March, ridership was 6.6 million customer trips. This is an increase when compared to the same month in 2024. For the month of April, ridership was 5.9 million customer trips. This is a small increase when compared to the same month in 2024. For the 12-month period ending in April 2025, total ridership was 69 million customer trips, 0.1% lower than for the preceding 12-month period, but 5% higher than the same period a year earlier. It is important to note that in February, we did see a dip in ridership, but there were two megastorms that were severe enough to impact our ridership. Aside from February, we have seen a consistent increase in ridership throughout 2025 when compared to 2024. Next slide, please. Before I present the rest of our KPIs, I wanted to briefly review the three indicators that we use to measure and report on the reliability of our bus and O-Train service. When we monitor the overall reliability of our service, we're aiming to answer two questions. One, were bus or O-Train trips delivered as planned? And two, did these trips adhere to the schedule? Service delivery is the measure of what percentage of our planned trips were delivered, and our target, as we know, is 99.5%. When measuring the on-time performance of our services, we have two measures, regularity and punctuality. Regularity is a measure used for frequent routes. It tells us whether trips are evenly spaced, and our target is 85%. Punctuality is a measure used for less frequent routes. It tells us whether trips arrive at a stop no more than 1 minute early and no more than 5 minutes late. And again, our target is 85%. It's important to consider all three of these indicators when evaluating the performance of our service, as they complement each other and provide a more complete picture of our customers' experience. Next slide, please. In keeping with the definitions in the last slide, we have regrouped the indicators we typically present by mode. I will start by presenting bus service reliability. This has been a tough year in Ottawa for transit. We saw two megastorms in February, an aging bus fleet, the beginning work to transform St. Laurent Garage, and launched new ways to bus. Notwithstanding all of these events, May was the first month this year we reached 98% service delivery. The 12-month average service delivery was 97.9%, which is 1.6% lower than our target of 99.5%. Now for our measures of on-time performance. As can be seen, regularity for our more frequent routes, shown on the graph in blue, was 82% in May 2025, 1% lower than the same month in 2024. Looking at punctuality, our measure for less frequent routes, was 70% in May, 5% lower than the same month in 2024. Looking at the left side of the page, we can see that the 12-month average for regularity for the period ending in May 2025 was 81%, 4% lower than our target of 85%, and the same as the previous month. The 12-month average for punctuality for the same period was 73%, 12% lower than our target and holding steady from the previous period. At the bottom, in the middle of the page, we have outlined in more detail indicators for our less frequent bus service, showing the percentage of trips that arrived more than 1 minute early or more than 5 minutes late. For the most recent 12-month period, 9% of trips arrived early and 18% arrived late. Next slide, please. Now I'll go into a bit more detail regarding bus service delivery. In May, 98% of our bus service was delivered as planned, as shown in the large green column on the left. The chart in the middle of the page provides a breakdown of the general reasons that service was not delivered. Starting from the bottom, 0.2% of all bus service was not delivered due to the lack of vehicle availability. Next, on-street service adjustments, shown in orange, accounted for 0.9% of all service that wasn't delivered. This increase in on-street adjustments is related to the new spring schedule, requiring increased control actions to manage resources that include service adjustments, general traffic delays, and construction detours, for example. 0.5% of all service was not delivered due to operator availability, shown in gray. This is not because we need to hire more operators. Rather, it reflects the availability of our current operators. And finally, 0.4% of all service was not delivered due to mechanical breakdowns, shown in yellow. The mechanical-related control action fell as demand lessened on the fleet due to the new schedule. On the right-hand side of the page, we see 3 routes that had the most undelivered trips in the month of May. These were in order: Route 12, Route 14, and Route 6. These routes that are found on the chart on the right are the routes that run on streets that have the most auto congestion. Work is ongoing to relieve this congestion through policy work and further analysis of the trouble spots on these routes. Next slide, please. Now, let's turn our attention to the reliability of our O-Train service. This slide shows the service delivery for O-Train lines 1, 2, and 4. Starting with service delivery for line 1, in May, 99.4% of service was delivered as planned. For the 12-month period ending May 2025, the average service delivery was 98.9%, 0.6% below our target of 99.5%, and the same result as previous month. For the month of May 2025, service delivery for lines 2 and 4 was 98.6%, 0.9% below our target. Next slide, please. Next, I'll elaborate on our Para Transpo indicators. Para Transpo ridership for the month of May was 77,800 customer trips, an approximate 4% increase from compared to the same month last year. For the most recent 12 months, 868,200 customer trips were made. This is a 0.4% increase from the previous month and 8% higher than the previous year. Similar to conventional ridership, Para Transpo has seen a consistent increase each month in 2025, except for February. The 2 megastorms were again severe enough to impact people from making trips on transit. Now I'll talk a little bit about Para Transpo on-time performance. The overall average is shown on the chart with the solid orange line. Trips made using our in-house minibuses are shown with the black dotted line. And finally, taxi trips are shown by the black dashed line. Generally, both services have very similar on-time performance, with trips being made using the in-house minibuses on time 2% more than taxi trips. In May, 93% of customers were picked up within their 30-minute window, the same as in 2024. Para Transpo's 12-month rolling average of on-time performance was 93%, the same as the previous month. Next slide, please. As we have mentioned in previous updates, OC Transpo uses a variety of survey tools to learn and receive feedback from our customers. An important tool is the Rate My Ride feature built into the trip planning app. Many of our customers use the transit app. Customers are periodically asked to complete a survey during their trip. It's an opt-in survey available to customers who are actually riding our service, and we typically receive hundreds of thousands of responses per month. Today, we'll focus on the simple question of how was your trip? Customers are given the options of great, good, neutral, not great, or nightmare as responses. This chart shows the percentage of riders that said their trip was either great or good, which we've combined into the category of happy riders. This chart shows that over the past 12 months, 90% of respondents are happy feeling customers. Next slide, please. Now I want to focus on the share of happy feeling riders before and after the launch of New Ways to Bus. On the screen, we have a chart showing the last 12 weeks of customer feedback to the same question I spoke to in the previous slide. As we can see, the share of happy feeling riders dropped by 5% after the launch of New Ways to Bus. But over the next month, the share of happy feeling riders gradually increased, and now the share of happy feeling riders is 87%, very close to the share of happy feeling riders before the launch of New Ways to Bus. We hope to continue to see this trend progress in the coming months. I'll now pass it back to Renee. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. You did amazing. She was a little bit nervous, but you did amazing, frankly. And she's pregnant. Congratulations for that. So because we have a lot of presentations, so I will ask my colleagues, thank you very much, Derek, thank you very much, Brad and Amanda, to just leave your seat, and I will welcome, I don't want to say anything, Rami, Scott, and Dan. So I will keep Sabrina and for sure Troy with me. So we'll resume in a couple of seconds. The chair, we are now ready to resume. I would like to introduce Scott Bagg to talk about bus reliability.
Merci, René. Et bon matin à
Thank you,
toutes et tous.
Renee. Hello, good morning. I'm Scott Bragg, and I'd like to share my update on service reliability with an example of a recent review of Route 11.
Next slide, please. So as a quick overview of what I'll be presenting today, first, we're going to just give a high-level overview of OC Transpo's service reliability objectives and scope of work. We'll then work through an example of a corridor review focusing on Route 11, touching on our service reliability performance measures, give a quick introduction to travel time variability, review some of the high-level challenges and mitigation strategies to improve reliability on Route 11, and then I'll share a couple of examples from our transit priority toolkit and an overview of the potential opportunities for improvement on the Route 11 corridor specifically. I'll also preemptively acknowledge that this is a fairly content and data-heavy presentation, so thank you for bearing with me. Next slide, please. So this slide highlights the core service reliability objectives guiding our work to advance the Transportation Master Plan and the development of the city's transit priority network. At a high level, OC Transpo's service reliability objectives are focused on minimizing trip cancellations, enhancing transit priority and bus speeds, reducing delays and improving on-time performance, prioritizing investments that maximize customer benefits within the constraints of limited resources, and enhancing performance monitoring to support decision-making. Next slide, please. So in terms of our day-to-day scope, our team works to improve the customer experience and operational efficiency in a number of ways. This includes by implementing transit priority measures directly, advancing bus stop accessibility and customer amenity improvements, conducting performance analysis and detailed corridor studies, supporting policy and design guide development, as well as carrying out on-street testing to support route changes, detours, and special event planning. Much of this work involves design development and integration of transit improvements in collaboration with our colleagues from across city departments. This includes integration of transit supportive approaches within strategic planning projects and large-scale integrated road and utility renewal projects, as well as through discrete active transportation, traffic calming, and road safety projects, as well as ongoing O-Train Stage 2 expansion. Next slide, please. So now we'll dive into a bit of an example of a detailed corridor review. This map here highlights Route 11 in green, which connects Bayshore Station in the west to Waller in the downtown core. This provides Line 1 connections at Tunney's Pasture and Parliament, and following the recent introduction of New Ways to Bus service change earlier this spring, we also have the addition of Line 1 and 2 connections at Bayview Station. Route 11 is a frequent service with peak period headways of 15 minutes east of Lincoln Fields, and there are 30-minute service between Lincoln Fields and Bayshore. It also goes without saying that we anticipate significant changes to ridership and customer travel patterns following the completion of O-Train Stage 2 West expansion, which will introduce new rail connections at the existing Bayshore and Lincoln Fields Transitway stations, as well as new rail connections at the future Sherbourne and New Orchard stations. Next slide, please. So you may have just seen this one with Amanda's presentation, but as a quick reminder on our service reliability metrics, in green here, we have service delivery, which indicates the proportion of service delivered on a route that is relative to the number of scheduled in-service hours for that route. In blue, we have service punctuality, which is a measure of the on-time performance, indicating how often a route operates on time, early, or late. And lastly, in purple, for frequent services like Route 11 that operate at headways of 15 minutes or better, service regularity provides a measure of how often headways between consecutive buses of the same route and direction fall within an acceptable window. Importantly, service regularity provides a more nuanced measure of reliability for high-frequency routes like Route 11, where achieving that consistent headway between trips is the primary goal. Punctuality, on the other hand, is not used as a target metric for frequent routes, but we do use this on-time performance data as a diagnostic tool to identify operational challenges and locations of delay accumulation along the length of the route. Next slide, please. All right, so ici, nous présentons une
Now
comparison.
here, we're presenting a comparison of performance measures for Route 11, comparing the first month of data.
We have the service delivery rates, which we can see have increased from 90% in winter 2025 to nearly 98% for the month of May following the launch of New Ways to Bus. And that's approaching our 99.5% target for service delivery. Notably, within that winter 2025 service period, there were multiple level 4 severe storm events that did impact service system-wide between February 13th to 20th. So it's worth bearing that in mind as well. On the right-hand side, We have the service regularity data, which is presented by direction, so in the different shades of yellow and orange there, for both the winter 2025 and spring 2025 bookings to date. As you can see, so far we're seeing a significant improvement in the first month of New Ways to Bus, approaching the 85% target for weekday service, up from approximately 75% for the winter 2025 booking. Next slide, please. All right, so this slide provides a bit of an overview of how we assess travel time variability, which refers to the fluctuations in time required to complete a trip for a given route and direction at a specific time of day. Travel time variability is impacted by a number of factors, but primarily includes general traffic volumes and congestion, which we're continuing to see increase post-COVID. There's also planned impacts like construction and major events, along with unplanned disruptions resulting from adverse weather and protests and demonstrations, which commonly impact Route 11 and other routes that operate through the downtown core. Conversely, as the level of transit priority that exists increases, the lesser the impact that these factors have on the travel time variability for a given route. On the bottom left here, there's a chart that illustrates the travel time variability for Route 11 on weekdays in the westbound direction by time of day. That blue line indicates the median travel time for trips completed within a given time period, which, as you can see, fluctuates greatly over the course of the day. And this is largely in response to changing traffic volumes. The red bars above that blue line indicate the 80th percentile travel time and represents the trips that are most impacted by congestion, while the green bars below that blue line indicate the fastest or 20th percentile trips. The wider the spread between the fastest and slowest trips indicates higher variability and indicates challenges with reliability. Higher variable travel times are notably very difficult to schedule for accurately. However, the spread also represents a potential for savings that can be achieved by implementing transit priority measures, which help to reduce the travel times overall and narrow that difference between the fastest and slowest trips to deliver more consistent and predictable travel times for customers. This would help to increase confidence in the system for customers while reducing operating costs and allowing for more efficient use of limited available operational resources. Next slide, please. All right, so here we provide an overview of the relative level of travel time variability along different segments of the route by direction, where the darker shades of red indicate higher levels of variability. In the top left, we present the overall end-to-end travel times by direction and the spread in those travel times between the fastest and slowest trips over the course of a day. This data indicates that weekday trips can vary by more than 20 minutes between the fastest and slowest trips, again highlighting that challenge of creating accurate schedules. We can also see that the travel times between Golden Avenue and Preston Street in both directions have the highest level of variability along the route and would strongly benefit from transit priority. Next slide, please. So here I'm just going to touch on some of the high-level challenges and mitigation strategies that we can put in to improve reliability on Route 11. First, it's important to acknowledge that the scheduled run times had become out of sync with observed travel times during some time periods, and obviously results in negative impacts for our customers. While adjustments to Route 11 schedules have improved performance following the introduction of New Ways to Bus, we're going to continue to monitor that performance and further adjust run times as those opportunities arise. There are also significant and ongoing changing construction activities in effect along long stretches of this route, including work associated with O-Train Stage 2 expansion. To mitigate these impacts, we'll continue to collaborate with our city stakeholders and project partners to minimize construction impacts, prioritize transit, and adapt schedules wherever possible. We're also experiencing increasing delays related to growing traffic congestion along the route, including queuing through intersections. The most effective way to reduce travel time variability is to reallocate road space to allow for transit priority measures that directly mitigate the impacts of congestion. As with any corridor, it's important to acknowledge that there will always be the need to balance trade-offs across modes within limited rights of way. We also experience delays associated with merging in and out of traffic to service customers at bus stops. Here, we can also invest in bus bulbs or curb extensions that eliminate the need for buses to pull in and out of traffic, allowing operators to service customers directly in lane while improving customer experience and the public realm. Finally, we also can continue to refine bus routings as the transportation network, land use, and travel patterns continue to evolve. Next slide, please. So these are just a few examples of transit priority examples throughout the city. So in the top left here, the new northbound bus lanes in Old Ottawa South, as well as the recently expanded bus lane hours for the Rideau-Montreal corridor, serve as good examples for how dedicated bus lanes allow transit to directly bypass congestion. On the bottom left, queue jumps using dedicated transit signals, as shown in the Heron and Bronson example, or by introducing a bus-only exemption within right turn lanes, allow buses to get ahead of traffic through busy intersections where feasible and appropriate. On the upper right, there's an example of a bus bulb that helps to mitigate delays associated with weaving in and out of traffic to service customers at bus stops, while also providing additional space for customer amenities like shelters, benches, and other public realm improvements. In the example shown here at Somerset and Bayswater, the bus bulb provides dedicated waiting space for transit customers and a shelter that would otherwise not have been possible given the constraints of the right-of-way. Lastly, there's opportunities for operational efficiency improvements that can be achieved by optimizing the placement of bus stops with consideration for service coverage and access to key destinations, while ensuring appropriate spacing is maintained and placement relative to traffic signals is optimized. Our Better Bus Stops program is a great example of how this type of work has been applied successfully on other corridors throughout the city. Next slide, please. So we're on to our final slide. Thanks for bearing with me here. The map on this slide provides a high-level summary of the corridor review and our recommendations, which notably have been presented in greater detail to the councillors through which Route 11 travels. The locations shown in yellow indicate long-term but temporary impacts to service due to major projects and construction, while the locations in green highlight those existing planned projects. The numerous locations in pink indicate additional opportunities that have been identified to introduce transit priority measures to improve reliability along the corridor, ranging from stop adjustments and bus bulbs through to queue jumps and dedicated bus-only lanes. We'll continue to work with councillors as well as our stakeholders throughout the city departments to refine and further these projects as we move forward. I also just want to take a quick moment to acknowledge that while the benefits of an individual change to an on-street condition may seem at times trivial, these small changes add up, particularly when applied strategically along long routes with high ridership like Route 11. In aggregate, customers benefit from faster average travel times and, perhaps more importantly, more consistent and predictable service that helps to both grow and retain ridership. These savings also add up from an operational cost perspective. As an example, a measure that saves just 1 minute per trip for a frequent service that operates all day, every 15 minutes from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. can reduce the operational cost for a single route by more than $40,000 annually. Again, highlighting that business case for investment and the payback when multiple locations are selected. Lastly, I'd like to quickly note that this type of work is constantly being undertaken by our small but mighty team. And while we'll be continuing to advance this type of work for additional corridors as we shift gears coming out of the major service changes that were introduced with New Ways to Bus. With that, thank you, and over to you, Daniel.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Bonjour. Aujourd'hui, je vais présenter le progrès sur l'acquisition
Today I'll
d'autobus
present
et le programme
the bus fleet and e-bus infrastructure update.
A brief update on the positive progress we continue to make towards onboarding buses and the zero-emission bus program. I'm pleased to announce that we have located and procured 11 used diesel buses. 3 are already in Ottawa, 2 more en route today, and others will arrive shortly. Built in 2009, 2010, the buses are very similar to our existing 40-foot Nova buses and will be a great addition to our fleet. They are in good condition, however, it will take some time before they can enter service. As shown on the slide, buses will require mechanical inspections, minor repairs, installation of OC Transpo decals, liveries, IT fit-up, and more. Next slide, please. On this slide, we are showing a breakdown of the different procurements and when we expect to receive buses from now until 2027. First row is our ZEB program, the 40-foot electric bus procurement. We currently have 30 in Ottawa, 4 pilot buses from 2022 and 26 from the program delivered earlier this week. And we are working on an additional 37 by end of year and more in 2027 or 2026, 2027 to achieve the 350 buses. Second row, the 60-foot diesel buses. We are utilizing the Metrolinx joint procurement and working with New Flyer Industries on up to 50 diesel articulated buses scheduled for delivery late 2026 into 2027. We have 11 used diesel buses that was discussed in the previous slide and 92 minibuses. 82 Para buses to replace the existing fleet, followed by 10 on-demand buses, all to arrive by mid-2026. Next slide, please. In the next two slides, I want to touch on a risk that may have significant impact to the zero emission bus program as we onboard additional buses later this year. As indicated in the previous update, there are three major components to the program: infrastructure, electrical infrastructure, and buses. Buses, as discussed on the previous slide, more buses will arrive later this year. Infrastructure work, facilities upgrades, renovations, new building. This work is being delivered by the city's Infrastructure and Water Services Department, and the work is currently on schedule. Electrical infrastructure, various charging and electrical infrastructure work that is needed to support our new electric buses. This work that we are doing with Enviri and Hydro Ottawa can be divided into three large buckets as seen on screen. First is the off-site components, which is Hydro Ottawa assets that are being upgraded to handle the new load demand, which are required to charge the electric buses. This includes a new off-site substation and distribution circuits to the site, currently progressing well and on schedule. Second is the on-site components that are found outside of our facilities. This includes the on-site substation, which is made up of generators, transformers, switch gears, transruptor, and that is the equipment that is at risk of delay in the program. And third is the on-site components that are inside our facilities. These components are what make up our charging equipment, including electrical rooms, step-down transformers, switchboards, battery packs, and dispensers, pantograph that connect to the buses. Currently, these areas are currently on schedule also. Next slide, please. To talk through a little bit more of the equipment that it may delay our program, the ZEB team is facing challenges with deliveries, times of the transruptor, a critical component required to connect the hydro supply to the on-site substation. This delays the commissioning of the on-site substation from November to April 2026. The teams are working on interim solutions to provide temporary power and additional staff to cycle buses through the current chargers if additional power is not provided in time. Next slide, please. On this slide, I just want to provide a training update. Training is a key component of the electric bus program, and we are building upon the foundation of the pilot project and recently delivered buses. However, our work is not done, and training will ramp up in the coming months to align with onboarding of additional buses. Staff working on e-buses must receive comprehensive training on best practices to eliminate and mitigate risks associated when working on high voltage equipment. Training for the maintenance team is job specific and requires staff to temporarily be removed from regular operations to participate. In addition to training our staff, we currently have and will continue to have on-site support from bus manufacturers, and the electrical infrastructure will be supported by Enviri and the charging equipment manufacturers. Next slide, please. That completes my update. Thank you, and I will now pass it over to Rami.
Merci Dan. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Aujourd'hui, je vous présente une mise à jour sur
Thank
les
you.
travaux.
Today, I'll give you an update on the ongoing work to prepare the next renovation of the garage for the electric buses, as well as on the action plan for the maintenance of the buses.
The Saint Laurent campus is the largest of OC Transpo's 4 garages. As construction and renovations have been taking place to install the electrical infrastructure my colleague Dan just spoke about, staff have had to be adaptable to moving buses and bus maintenance plans between the garages. As we've mentioned previously, we are temporarily closing down part of our Saint Laurent garage, moving the majority of the operation to the West End garages. The end of June marks the next phase of this project, where we are required to partially close the North garage. That's the area marked in red. For bus parking and maintenance, only 20 buses will remain, relocating both mechanics and buses to other garages. And as part of this shift, we will start to consolidate the oldest and costliest buses at the site of the future West Garage for easy decommissioning as we wait to receive the next batch of e-buses. Next slide, please. By the end of 2025, we will both fully close the North Garage for construction as well as break ground on the West Garage for the Saint Laurent campus. This will require us to displace the final 20 buses in the North Garage and move 120 buses to the West Garage site, from the West Garage site to the other garages and to our decommissioning yard. The Saint Laurent campus will hold less than 180 buses while construction takes place. That's the lowest it's ever been in its lifespan. So usually we carry about 300 buses. It's going down to about half of that size. This is a significant change for our operation and will be a steep learning curve for mechanics and maintenance staff who must now relocate to our industrial, Maryville, and Pinecrest garages. These garages will also be servicing more buses than usual, as construction is underway at Saint Laurent. Starting this phase approach in June allows us to iron out all the process changes and operational hiccups before the fall service change in September. I would also like to take a moment to thank our staff, our maintenance staff, and our mechanics for being adaptable to this change. It's not easy after 15 to 20 years of working in a location to have to relocate. Your schedules, your daily commute to work is changing, and they're doing us a big favor helping us out with this move. Next slide, please. We are also excited to provide an update on our new property, an expansion to the Maryville Garage campus at 170 Colonnade. Council approved the purchase of this property as part of the 2023 budget, and we received the keys and access to the property in the summer of last year. Previously, a hall for venues, this property will be converted to a maintenance garage and parking space for the Para Transpo minibus fleet, which is currently being done out of the Maryville Garage. Starting at the end of June, the minibuses will be parked in the block lot of 170 Colonnade, allowing the main garage to service extra conventional buses while the Saint Laurent construction takes place. The second floor of this building will be converted into office space to support OC Transpo staff and is currently being set up for interim hoteling spaces before construction begins sometime in 2026. We are eager to see this expansion come into operation and supplement the capacity of the Maryville campus. Next slide, please. This is a photo of the front exterior of the current building. This front section will be the entrance for the future office space with access to the parking and garage area as well. Next slide, please. This is the current state of the inside of the building where we are installing interim hoteling and desk space while the office section is being renovated. Next slide, please. This time last year in 2024, I shared these graphs to give the committee a visual on our various bus types as well as the general age of our bus fleet. As a year has gone by, I'd like to give an update on what has changed with the fleet and what activities we're taking next to improve bus maintenance. As mentioned at an earlier transit committee, we've begun to decommission some of our oldest and most expensive buses between the 40-foot Envero and 60-foot articulated bus fleets. These fleets will continue to decrease in size as their repairs are deemed too costly or resource demanding, and as we receive the next order of the new electric buses. The recent order of 26 electric buses are in Ottawa and are in service, bringing the total count to 30, with the final buses to enter service by the end of June. In the coming months, we will see more steady deliveries of Para Transpo vehicles. The average age of the minibus fleet will drop significantly as a result, and as we decommission the older vehicles at a 1-to-1 ratio. Next slide, please. As we enter the summer months, maintenance staff aim to take advantage of the reduced service requirements, which helps our team catch up to any maintenance backlogs and perform more preventative maintenance. However, the increase of out-of-commission buses and the increase of out-of-service bus requirements for festivals, sporting events, and R1 service add a significant pressure to our bus maintenance. Correlating with vacation season, in recent years, we've seen that maintenance backlogs remain the same or even grow during this time. It's a cyclical issue. We have been working to slowly address the impact of this cycle in the past 2 years through realistic and efficient planning, productivity improvements, changes to maintenance scheduling, and now replacing aging buses with a newer fleet. Part of improving these cyclical challenges is making long-term decisions now to improve fleet conditions years ahead. Instead of reacting to the present environment, at the April Transit Committee, I shared that our newer bus fleet, particularly the 2019 Nova buses, are being driven well above their 65,000 kilometers annual target to make up for issues with the rest of the aging fleet. To mitigate from these same issues and same conversations taking place years from now, we have decided to invest in both our double-deckers and Nova fleets by developing midlife refurbishment programs. Normally, these midlife refurbishments help extend the life of buses past the 15-year expectation. However, given the amount of mileage we've had to put onto our newer buses, we're implementing this initiative to ensure that these buses can make it to that 15-year milestone with minimal impact to bus service availability at that point in time. For these initiatives and work to take place, we need licensed 310T mechanics to perform that work. As we continue the search to close the gap of being short 50 mechanics today, We have now partnered with a recruitment agency to assist the organization in finding licensed talent nationwide. We're also fully invested in our apprenticeship program. We are leaders in the industry in Ottawa and are committed to developing local talent through our program. Next slide, please. Lastly, we are making significant investments into improving the technology and technological processes within the garages. Our core maintenance software M5 is heavily outdated and requires far too much manual input in order to plan out our maintenance work. We have begun making key upgrades to the system, such as enabling smart tablets at each hoist instead of sharing a desktop computer, and a module to automate aspects of shop planning. By the end of next year, we're expecting further updates to M5, from smaller support functions like data analytics and improved asset tagging, to more critical functions like long-term capital asset planning and inventory management. We are also overhauling and lifecycling our yard management system, replacing our existing system, which has been in use for just over 20 years. The existing software has limitations with live location tracking of the buses and doesn't account for the current garage layouts, nor the updated garage layouts coming soon in June and December. These will all be tuned and updated to the current technology, and more crucially, will enable the connection to electric buses, which is currently being done manually. The new software will allow us to track the electric buses' state of charge and can assign between garages and to routes based on their battery range. Testing on this overhaul will begin in 2026, and we are very eager to bring these updates on board and into operations. And that concludes our OC Transpo update for the June Transit Committee. Merci tout le monde.
Merci beaucoup, Rami. Scott was a little bit shy as well, but you did amazing, frankly. And I'm so proud of Scott because Scott explains things better than I, so it's perfect. Continue like that, Scott. Rami, Dan, thank you very much. I will be brief because I know that we shared a lot of things this morning with you, but it is OC Transpo. So we are busy daily and we are busy weekly, yearly, etc. But we are having some fun because we are doing the right thing for our employees' morale. We're doing the right thing for our customers. We measure things because you cannot improve what you don't measure. And we listen to our customers as well. And I think today you have to acknowledge the Route 11 is a tremendous job. From 97% service delivery to almost 98%, and from 74% of regularity to 84%, only with new E-Bus, and we know that more will arrive with the maintenance plan under the leadership of Rami, who just, by the way, succeeded on his bilingual test. Is now, yep, so proud of him, so proud. Over to you, Chair.
Félicitations, Rami. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Congratulations,
we have one
Rami.
delegation on this item, and it's Julie Zhang, who I think is in the room. So, Julie, if you can come up to the seat at the front. Thank you for being with us today. So you'll have 5 minutes. You can just turn on the mic there in front of you. Thank you, Dan. Welcome.
First of all, thank you. Kelly, do you have the 2 submissions I sent in? Okay. Hello. Dear councillors and OC Transpo. My name is Julie Zan, and this is a picture of my baby. He takes the bus with me everywhere I go. He loves taking the bus, and he's quite a popular fellow on the bus. Since the birth of my child, my family and I moved to Manuel Park, and we since then rely on the bus to get to work and to run daily errands. I would like to address an issue that is very dear to me. I find that it is particularly disheartening when buses abandon us. Next picture, please. Okay. On March 1st, we were at the Vanier Public Library bus stop, and as the time approached, we stood on the bus platform patiently, waiting for the bus and chatting along, having a really nice day. I was facing the road while my husband faced me, and as the bus approached, I waved my hand to signal. But first it was slowing down, but then it started to speed up and drive away. I chased after it furiously. And fortunately, we were in a traffic calmed roundabout, if you know the area. But in other times, the bus is long gone to even take a picture. This has happened to me a number of times this year. We were abandoned by buses right on the bus platform. When this happens, sometimes it is in the dark of the evening or in cold, frigid temperatures. I feel extremely scared, betrayed, and increasingly tired and hungry. The problem is more acute in off-peak hours when you're the only one waiting and the wait times are longer. I would argue this is a pretty severe safety concern. When I tell my friends about this, she actually laughs at me that you have to aggressively make yourself present in order for the bus to stop for you. And I can only speculate what I did wrong. Maybe I didn't stand in the right way. I looked away, turned my back like my husband was doing, did not wave in the correct manner. Any little flinch on my body can potentially jeopardize my ridership. Taking the bus has become a really stressful experience. So please stop placing the blame on the riders to be perfect in order to be picked up. Please look out for us, stop for us, take the time, and maybe ask, hey, are you getting on the bus? I noticed that in your presentations and key metrics, you have on-time delivery, on-time metrics and delivery, and etc. But I wonder if you're measuring anything related to missed and abandoned passengers, because this is different than delivery, because you may have hit delivery, but you didn't pick up the passengers. I challenge you to find a way to monitor this. You have shown some great examples today on data analysis. I know for a fact I'm not alone. So please investigate the cause. Look within your complaints database to begin, perhaps. Give the driver the time and the tool so they can pick up every passenger. One event is traumatic enough to break anyone's trust, and yet it happens multiple times for me. I intend to continue taking buses for the environment and for the future sustainability of my next generation. You showed my first picture again. And so I urge you to please take this concern seriously and take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie, for your presentation and for joining us. I'm just going to look to committee members. I know there's some hands up for questions on the main presentation. Did anyone want to ask us, Councillor Carr? Questions for the delegation for Julie? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Carr. Yep.
Hi, I just wanted to thank you very much for coming in here and telling your story. With a young baby at home, I know it probably wasn't convenient to come in here, but I think it's really important that us as Transit Commission members hear those tales, that we understand what residents are going through. I know I've taken the bus for many, many years, and at times have not had the bus stop to me, but to hear those personal stories being told, it's really important for us to be able to ask questions to staff, to be able to determine why a bus wouldn't stop. Can I just ask you, When that has happened and you've been able, have you spoken to the driver? Like for the example that you gave where you got back on, have you asked the driver why they didn't stop?
Yes. And the answer is he didn't see me wave. He said I did not wave. He said I was talking. So he assumed I'm not taking the bus because I'm talking. He said that because my husband was back to the street, that he didn't think we were taking the bus, and et cetera, et cetera. So I would say, I don't know, I did my part in trying to wave. Again, I can only speculate what really went on in their minds. I've also at other times spoken to other drivers that were quite patient with me. They have said that they have a very tight schedule to run. So I can only assume that they are rushing.
Thank you for that. Now, do you always wave when you want to take the bus? I know I do that in England, but do you typically wave at the OC Transpo bus if you want to get on?
Absolutely not. In fact, I've lived in other parts of Ontario, and I could actually very relaxed to read a book while I wait for the bus, and yet the bus would be there for me. So it's a bit of a shock.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll ask some questions about that, but I really appreciate you coming in today to share your experience.
Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you for that. So I'm just trying to understand the example you portrayed that you weren't facing the bus. Let's face it, that's probably more understandable. Has there been other situations? Because of course operators have to really focus on the road, focus on what's happening in front of them, around them. You understand if you're not facing, a lot of people don't want to take the bus at certain stops, and they indicate that by turning their back. You must admit that's probably acceptable, but is there other situations where you're facing the bus and they don't stop?
This was one example where I was facing the bus and they didn't stop.
Right.
It was my partner who was facing away because he was facing me, the cat.
But again, I'm just wondering, has there ever been, when you're facing the stop, where they have not stopped, and have you written down the bus number just to make sure that that's filed with OC Transpo? Because, you know, they do look for those indicators. I think that's appropriate. Otherwise, I would have to stop at every single stop. And there is a bit of requirement on the individual to indicate that they want to take the bus. But I just, if you've indicated it and the bus is not stopping, that is a concern.
I would argue that waiting in the bus stop, you are assumed to be riding the bus.
Yeah, but sorry, Councillor Carr, does this stop have multiple bus stops at it?
Yes, multiple.
So how would the operator know, since you brought it up, that they're waiting for a specific bus? I'm asking to resolve an issue.
Sure. Ask us, literally look us in the eye.
Right.
Make sure we're taking the bus or not.
Yeah.
And then drive away. Once you start driving away, there's no return. I am stranded.
Yeah, no, but when you're in the stop, are you indicating or?
Yes, I am. I
Oh,
did.
good.
That was the example where I indicated. And in fact, there was one time I was with a few other friends and they were all waiting for the bus.
Yeah.
And the bus was just about to stop.
Ma'am, I just want to get
expecting it to stop.
I just
and
want to ask you a simple
left.
question. So you indicated
Yes,
it
we did.
and the bus didn't stop. That is wrong. Did you write down the bus number and report it?
I did write down as much as I can, and they are filed in the complaint.
Perfect. That's what I was looking for. I just want to separate the two because our operators do a great job ensuring that they really look at the road. And you got to understand it's quite dangerous. We have cycling, we have pedestrians, and there has to be some kind of indicator. And if you've indicated and they haven't stopped, that's wrong. That's got to be addressed. But in the situation that was portrayed, You indicated your back was to the operator and
No, I was not. I was facing it and I was
I'll
making
leave it
eye
at that,
contact
Mr. Chair.
and I was waving.
Thank
I
you.
was doing all the things I'm supposed to, standing right by the stop and everything. And just so you know, when the bus starts leaving, I don't have the time to take down all the data you want. I am a human being. I cannot take the a number, sorry, as it's pulling away, driving at 60 kilometers per hour.
Oh, I just want to address your
I'm just gonna, Councillor Tierney, okay, I just want to check if there's any other questions for Julie from any other committee members. I don't think so.
I'd like to jump in, please, Councillor.
Okay, we're gonna go Councillor Leeper, then Councillor.
Perfect.
Okay, Councillor Johnson, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to be sure to validate your experience because, of course, when juggling multiple things in our hands, we can't always make sure to do the data collection. And so we will be asking staff for follow-up in terms of rider behavior that is generally understood and what training is involved for drivers to make sure that we're all on the same page. Because of course, yes, we may all have a role to play, but certainly the driver is one part of the equation. And I think as counselors that are offering oversight to a service, we can direct some of those questions to staff. Thank you for coming and thank you for juggling with all of your full hands to get around the city to make sure that our service is actually meeting the needs of residents where they are at right now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. Any other questions from committee members? Councillor Lowe?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for coming in and sharing your experience. I kind of want to offer a perspective from someone who used to drive the bus.
Yeah.
And there was a time where there was a policy we actually had to flag the bus or it will not stop. And that was mostly used when we had the full legacy transit way. But generally speaking, in the way that I was trained, at least in the local portions, in the local parts of the city, like on Route 20, that's Des Pères Blancs, right? Where the library is in Vanier. Yeah. So in more local portions of the city, you would sort of give more benefit of the doubt to customers. And assume that they're waiting, right? And that location has the same route both directions, however. I think it's certainly worth all the comments that you brought up were kind of valid. I do see both sides of this. I know you flagged, but at the same time, I know sometimes when you see a person at the bus stop with their backs turned, I once incorrectly assumed that someone didn't want my bus because they were shaking their head, but it turns out that they had a medical condition that made them shake their head. So I think I hope that you've brought this to your local councillor as well. And I'm sure that OC Transpo, given that you took the time to come here to speak, I'm sure OC Transpo will take the time and care to address your concerns seriously. Thank you.
Councillor Leeper?
I just want to say thank you very much, Julie. I read complaints about drivers leaving residents at bus stops frequently, and your delegation is a good nudge. It's a one-off. Who knows what happened, but it is probably time for us to get some understanding from OC about the frequency with which they receive complaints on residents who are being left at stops and what the magnitude of that problem is. So thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you, Julie, for taking the time to come to committee today and sharing those concerns. And I think, as you heard, there'll be some discussion as we get to questions for staff in a few moments. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move to questions for staff. I'm going to go to Councillor Bradley first, who has a commitment in a few moments. So Councillor Bradley.
Thank you so much, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to go first. I wasn't expecting such a robust presentation, but thank you for sharing all that information. And a big thanks to Renee for all the work you've done to serve our city. Certainly, you've made transit better, and I know my residents are really happy about the launch of Line 2 and 4 and how successful that has been. I'm focusing on just a very small portion of the presentation, which is on new ways to bus and some of the experiences that residents have had since it's launched. I appreciated seeing the number of happy riders that we had, but I don't think that that data reflected those riders who are no longer riders because they've lost their service completely or had it really, really scaled back as a result of new ways to bus. So I think we are missing people in that survey. I just want to share, I know there's going to be an opportunity for a full review on new ways to bus, but I wanted to take this opportunity just to highlight some of the concerns with new ways to bus in my community. I have a neighborhood called Kent Park that lost all of their service. They used to have service through the 93. They don't anymore. They now have to walk 20 minutes down Bank Street where it's a highway with no sidewalks to access service. So I just wanted to make sure staff were aware of that. In Blossom Park, we have a swath of that community near 6 in Athens that used to be served by the 40, no longer have any service, and the walk again is quite far in order to access transit. The 98, which we didn't lose, of course, is still a very frequent service, but because we've lost so many direct routes in that corridor between South Keys and Herdman, it's overcrowded and buses are passing by passengers now. So wanted to make sure that that was reflected as well. We receive lots of feedback from residents on these types of issues, and I'm sure OC Transpo has as well. I know New Ways to Bus email has concluded, but I'm sure those comments are still coming in. So my question to staff is, what are you doing with those comments? When will we have some review of how it's going? Will we see a summary of the concerns through committee? And will you be making any adjustments to service as a result of community's concerns around lack of service?
Mr. Chair, yes, we are collecting all of that information. We're collecting information from customers. We're collecting information from our staff who are working in the field, such as bus operators. Councillors are referring things they've either observed themselves or things they've heard from the communities. And we are collecting all of that information, reviewing all of it, seeing what, well, first of all, we'll be coming back and providing more reflection on all of those points at the September meeting. But also we've already started to see where we can make improvements while remaining within the budget envelope that would serve customers better. We've made some small changes already. We expect to have some more changes coming in the fall, and looking forward to making more small changes where we can in the winter.
Thanks for that. So in September, because what I saw in this presentation was a lot of metrics on the performance and how we're measuring up to what we had set out to do as part of New Ways to Bus, but I didn't see any reflection on service issues or complaints. So in September, will we see more than just metrics on how New Ways to Bus is performing? Like you will visually somehow summarize or provide a document with a summary that says, here are all the complaints we've received with New Ways to Bus, not just how New Ways to Bus is performing with reliability?
Mr. Chair, that's our plan. We have not yet conceived the best way to do that, but that is our plan.
Okay, because I think my residents are really looking to hear or to see that the comments that they're sharing are actually being ruminated on and reflected on, and I'm not sure we're getting that now, because right now when people are sharing their experiences, they get a very generic email back just saying thanks and here, go check out the travel planner to explore your new route. And I recognize that you have a difficult task with balancing a budget and providing service. I just don't want that service piece to get lost through this exercise, and I hope that there will be a meaningful opportunity to talk about what works and what's not working, and that if that requires a greater budget envelope, that we're willing to have that discussion as we go into the 2026 budget. That's all that I have to share today, even though there was so much in that presentation that I'd like to comment on, but I'll cede the floor, and thank you, Chair, for letting me go first.
Okay, Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to you and everyone. I want to start off with the same type of question, because Madame Amical, you had indicated in your opening that the new ways to bus implementation was a success. So I'd like to hear from you how you define a success. I've provided dozens of issues to your team since the implementation in my ward. I've not seen this level for some time about issues adopting to the new changes. So how does OC Transpo define success in this regard?
Thank you very much, Chair. So I think more than 5,000 stops have to be changed, and they were done. 99% of them were done on time and with accuracy. And we just shared, unfortunately you left the room, but we shared how the Route 11 has been improved, and we will continue to work on that. And we made it pretty clear when we presented the new ways to bus in fall 2023. We said it will be the biggest change in Ottawa, and we will need to be patient because we will need to improve things. We are working with the union. We are working with our customers. Chair Gower has already directed me to come back in September as Councillor, I think it was Bradley who just asked, but it was something that Chair Gower has already asked me, and I engaged my team to collect all the information that we will receive from customers so we can, one, improve the service for sure where we can, because we did this service change to adapt to the new reality of the ridership. And so for me today, I can say it's a success. That doesn't mean we don't have things to improve. That doesn't mean you won't never find someone who will complain, but the majority, which is, I think we saw 80%, and please, I will ask people to continue to share with OC Transpo how they like or how they don't like the service so we can improve it. So it will be an ongoing process. It's not something that we can say today it's done and it will be closed forever. It will need to be improved, and we will continue to listen to our customers. And unfortunately, and this is my experience here, but it was my experience in Montreal, only people who are not happy are vocal. Those who are happy, we ask them to put it on the indicator that we just shared with you, and we see the majority of the people. That doesn't mean we'll not do something for people who are not happy today.
Fair enough. Thank you. I will set aside my comments about the indicator as being an accurate reflection of people's level of happiness, but I agree all the prep work, the logistics, the entire route review study, I thought was handled well and organized well. It's now that's been implemented and people are impacted with overcrowded buses, people left behind at Herdman, school children with no safe way to get to school, people on shift work with no bus on weekends now in River Ward, south end of River Ward. These are things that we're filing to staff and Mr. Scrimger. And so like Councillor Bradley, and I'm sure you'll hear from others, we're keen to how you collate and analyze that. What criteria will you use to make tweaks? We're very keen to have that information in September. So thank you. I just want to say thanks to the detailed presentation on the station cleanliness. That was an issue that this Transit Commission raised many times because our stations were not clean, consistently not clean. And it seems like there's a robust plan in place now. So I thought that presentation today was very good. I appreciated the information on special event organizing that you do. And one thing I just want to say that I think is a gap is at Mooney's Bay. Mooney's Bay hosts major events throughout the summer. There's two in particular, Hope Beach Volleyball, which is a one-day event, and the Lebanese Festival, which is multiple days, have key periods during those days where the demand for bus service is extremely high. And my understanding is the route 90 is on just a regular service. And so I don't need information now, Chair, but perhaps I can work with staff online. It's been a consistent gap that despite these major festivals, in this park, there's no augmented bus service. So I just want to raise that today. Do you have any information on the number of people who use the LRT line for race Sunday? I'm very much appreciated that service was extended on race Sunday, but for those extra hours that you provided service at the beginning of Sunday, do we know how many riders that actually attracted?
Mr. Chair, we will have that data recorded, but we don't have it here with us today.
Fair enough. I'd love to see that data because I think we did serve a lot of people and it'd be great to know how many. As far as fare avoidance go, I appreciate the slide. 2,728 tickets in 5 months works out to 18 tickets a day, despite widespread fare avoidance happening on our buses with people not tapping, with people piling through station entrances not tapping. So the number may look big, but on a daily basis, it's not large at all. What else are we doing with respect to fare avoidance? And my second question that still I'm looking for information is if OC Transpo is able to quantify on an annual basis the fare revenue that we're not receiving as a direct result to fare avoidance in the system.
Thank you for the question, Chair. So to answer your first question, as I mentioned before, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of interactions that a fare enforcement officer is going to have on a daily basis with customers. They're not there to generate revenue. They're there to provide safety and help support fare equity across the system. So in an ideal world, someone is paying their fare. In a second less than ideal world, they see the fare enforcement officer and go to the fare machine and buy the ticket. So while I've been asked to provide the metrics and I'm happy to continue to do so, as I've said, time again, this only paints a very small picture of what the fare enforcement team is set to do. And there's only 12 of them, and they work Monday to Friday. So it's just important to paint, a complete picture. They're all trained in first aid, and some of them have attended situations which they've saved people's lives. We actually just had a group of them actually receive a St. John Ambulance Award for some heroic acts. So it's just, I want to make sure that it's clear to the Transit Committee that absolutely, the data is what it is when it comes to infractions, but it's important to understand that the scope of their work goes far beyond just a revenue generation and how many tickets are produced. And then to answer your second question, we're not there yet. We're not there yet, Chair, on the data. I've spoken to several of my counterparts in other areas. It's almost an impossible metric to identify exactly fare evasion and potential lost revenue. We have a couple of things in the works that I'm hoping to bring back in the fall. It's definitely an issue that's not local just to Ottawa, and we've definitely seen that in other areas where they're having a hard time quantifying. There's a lot of, I'll say, rough order of magnitude and estimates that people are giving, but it's hard to really exactly quantify.
I appreciate that answer, and I acknowledge it is difficult to quantify. But again, the Transit Commission had to intervene because the fare avoidance problem is so large in this city. And while I acknowledge our officers do many tasks, we're not hiring them to give out directions. We're hiring them to enforce fare avoidance. And again, the top priority is not necessarily to gain revenue, it's to ensure that people pay their fare. That's why they're there. And I think that's why we support them there. But I do think when we have such significant budget challenges on a revenue side, we need to be careful of the pennies that we're losing on a daily basis. When it comes to the ridership level, where are we vis-a-vis the pre-COVID numbers? Are we still low 70%? What exactly is our level at this time?
Mr. Chair, for the last 12 months, we are at 71% of the 2019 or the 12 months preceding the onset of COVID.
And that's a blend of bus and train?
That's system-wide ridership, conventional ridership, not including Para Transpo.
Okay, and then could you just break it down, train and bus?
I don't think we have that information here with us today, but I would say that it's higher than that on bus and lower than that on train.
Very well. Okay. If staff could just dig that out, that would be appreciated. If I could just get a quick email when they can. And Chair, I have other questions, but I'll park them for now, given the long list of hands. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair DeRoche.
Thank you, Chair. I'll begin by thanking René. Merci pour votre service.
Thank you for your service.
We work very closely as on the subcommittee for LRT, and I think that demonstrated in a big way your leadership and your contribution to the city by resetting the framework for launching the second phase of the LRT and learning from the challenges that we had for the first phase, whether that had been a positive relationship with the contractor, the enhanced communications, the enhanced transparency, and a soft launched approach. So I commend you for that. On a personal level, you're a very strong leader and a very positive leader in the face of great adversity and great challenges. And I thank you for that on behalf of my constituents. Et je vais aussi dire en français que c'est important.
I'd like to say in French that it's important to hear French at the City Hall. Very often you speak in French. We had meetings with Councillor Gower in French. It's very important to show staff that you can work at the City of Ottawa as a francophone in French. So thank you for that.
On the presentation. Thank you for that. I'm really, really happy to hear, and I know several councillors I think are equally as happy to hear on the synchronization of the early bird service for line 1 and line 2. It was a clear gap, I think, from the start. I think it's a good example, again, where you looked at things and said, hey, we may have decided something 10 years ago, but it doesn't make sense now. So I'm thrilled to hear that, and I thank staff for working on that. To explain why it's important to Riverside South in this neck of the woods where I live is that the service is not there that early with the new arrangements that we have. Certainly they could go through the Southwest Transitway system, but that was a considerably longer process. So this will be, I think, well received in the community, and I think will help for the people that start early in the morning. I won't be on that service at 5 a.m., but I know many people will. So I thank you for doing that. The other feedback that I've heard is of course, on the school board, the school busing. I don't hear from j'entends pas des problèmes avec les conseils scolaires francophones, but we hear it with the English public boards. I'm just wondering how we're doing in terms of managing that relationship, and I think sending signals that given our bus shortages, they need to step up and do their job and provide school busing services, particularly when they have extremely large catchment areas from one part of inside the Greenbelt to another part outside the Greenbelt. So I'm wondering if staff can just comment on how that relationship is going, and hopefully the message is that they need to provide their core service so that we can provide our core service.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the question. Vice Chair DeRoche, thank you very much for your nice words. I really appreciate it. It was a pleasure to work under your leadership as well at the subcommittee of LRT. So I personally met the two school boards with Pat and Bart. So we shared a lot of things, and we heard a lot of things as well that we want to improve. And I know that Pat recently had a communication with OSTA. I will ask him to share with you where we are at this level.
Thanks, Renee. Yes, Mr. Chair, we have good relationships with both of the school transportation authorities, OSTA for the English language school boards, CTSO for the French language school boards. OSTA represents the much larger fraction of the customers that we provide transportation for, who are students. So we're regularly in contact with them. They are responsible to the two English language school boards, as CTSO is to the two French language school boards, and they hire services in, whether they hire them from the city as OC Transpo buses by buying transit fares, or whether they hire them from the private school bus companies. Both those private school bus companies and us have limitations on the ability to attract staff, and that in our case, it's mechanical staff, and we have the older buses. In the case of the the yellow school bus companies, they have limitations or difficulties attracting enough drivers. So the two school transportation authorities are trying to balance that, yet still meet their obligations to the school boards and the province to provide transportation to all who are beyond a certain distance from the school. So that relationship goes very well. And we talk about specifics, and we talk about general, and we talk about short-term strategies, and we talk about very longer-term strategies. We're also feeding both of those organizations with our longer-term realities so that they can try to influence the school boards as the school boards make decisions about what are the catchment areas for the schools, how will they structure their start and finish times of the schools, how will they structure which grade levels will go to which schools, and that will be a multi-year process. And we're also involved with both of the school transportation authorities, and we've spoken to the school boards as well, or in one case, to get advance information as they are getting provincial approval and funding to build new schools, so that we can start to take any actions years in advance that we need to do also, which might mean buying additional buses or getting ready to provide service to an additional school. So I would say that the contact is good, but that there is, we're all working hard, and we're all working hard in focused and cooperative ways.
Okay, thanks for the update. I wish, the parents and the staff and the teachers a good summer, but for OSTA, they can't take the summer off, and they can't jam us next September that they don't have the buses and we're not able to help them. So I hope that dialogue continues over the course of the summer, and they have time to plan and hire and do things differently. It's unfortunately, the system is somewhat stacked against us, that I've been told that they get 100% of funding for their OC Transpo passes, but they don't get the same amount of funding. So there's some structural problems there that I think need to be fixed, that lean more towards relying on the city taxpayer for a much more expensive service to bring people to school. I don't want to take too much time, Chair. I might have to come back on. I'm pleased to see the numbers. I think the O-Train Line 2 is doing well, and particularly with the students of Carleton University, see some big numbers there, I think. Big benefits for that community. But the Leacham station continues to be, I think, slow. We've talked about that, Mr. Scrimger. They're close enough to being within the Greenbelt to connect perhaps with Greenboro, South Keys. They've relied on, commuting, by car for just decades. And some of them, I think, don't really know about what the possible benefits will be. So I'm wondering if you could work with my office to come up with some communications so that we can promote that Leacham Park and Ride to the Finlay Creek community.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will certainly do that.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's just, just outline some of the benefits in terms of if you work here, this is kind of what's involved. And again, I think underscoring how the park and rides offer some great flexibility for people to get into the city for their work and to get their appointments and what have you in the evening. I'll leave it there. I might come on later on, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I guess je commencerai par dire à quel point
I'd like to say first that I'm very sorry to see Renee go, but I wish you good luck, and I hope we will stay in contact.
And certainly around this table, I know what it's like to feel like you're the only female in the room. So I appreciate all the leadership that you've given. I have a bunch of questions, but I first want to address some questions to staff about the delegation that we just heard. I would just like to clarify, is it a requirement to flag a bus? And I fully recognize that in the circumstances in which I take the bus, and I think of this morning, I stood on the corner of Alta Vista and Randall. I'm the only person at the stop. The bus comes, it picks me up. Then I transferred it to Alta Vista and Smythe. I'm the only person at the stop. Obviously, I'm there for a reason, but in more populated areas, and there's multiple bus routes, is flagging a bus a requirement?
Thank you very much for the question, Chair. Thank you for your nice words, Councillor. Rami will dig into that, but I want to take this opportunity to offer my sincere apologies to this lady. This is not the customer experience that we want to provide to our customers. Regardless of our procedure, we have a gap here and we'll address it.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure I can add much more than that, but I do agree. We will follow up with the delegate. I believe her name is Julie. We will follow up with her and get the information so we can understand the process gap. Again, you don't have to flag an operator. We do train them to try and figure out if someone is about to go on your stop. We can't stop at every stop. That gets a little bit difficult. However, we do have a gap in seniority within our staff members. About 40% have been with us for under 5 years. Some of them have been here for over 30 years. So the training may have changed over the years. And depending on this particular scenario, we'll follow up to find out if it's a learning curve that we have to work on or it's a behavior that we have to address. Our team is already working behind the scenes on this right now, and we can follow up with the councillor and committee members if you wish so.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I certainly understand that at times there can be an oversight. You know, I've been on a bus before where the bus driver hasn't realized there's a stop or whatever. It does happen. And I know I myself have forgotten to ring the bell, wasn't paying attention and, you know, missed a stop. So I understand that can happen, but I really appreciate that. Now some questions specific to the presentation, just the update on New Ways to Bus. I appreciated it. And I know my colleagues asked some questions about some of the data. We haven't been able to take a look at any of the data on bus usage yet to determine if there's any adjustments required or if all the new routes are successful. Will that be done? And, you know, I think about local routes, for example, the 48, which went through Alta Vista, it used to finish at Herdman, now goes to Carleton University, but it came into effect April 27th. I see that bus empty all the time on the journey from Carleton, on the length that goes from Billings to Carleton. But obviously the university is not in session. New Ways to Bus started after. So how are we monitoring the ridership of the routes? How are we determining whether or not the new routes are successful? The same thing, I took the 5 in today. It used to be the 55 and it was merged. It hasn't had, the times I've taken it, it hasn't had great ridership. How are we monitoring and making adjustments to these routes?
Mr. Chair, we collect data continuously. We collect ridership data on all of our buses that have automatic passenger counters. We collect location data from all of our buses. We're starting to look at that information. We've got the first month. We got the month of May. It's you know, we're seeing that there are some routes that are doing. There's a number of routes that are doing quite a bit better in terms of reliability. We've also seen that there's a couple of routes, as we've started to look deeply, that are having that are providing less reliable service than they were before, where we clearly have to do some of the work that that Scott showed for that one route, Route 11, that we'll look at other routes and make those repairs. We'll continue to collect information over the summer. We'll report to you in September, but at that point, we'll be able to report to you more about operational sides of things than we will about the customer side of things, because it won't be until September starts that we start to see how customers are using it with the full number of customers back, everyone back to university, everyone back from vacation, and everyone back to school. So that information we'll collect really over the months from September through to November, December, and be able to make some good recommendations for changes in 2026. If there's anything that's particularly a problem that we find early, we will start to find ways to make that improvement, ways to make those repairs as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you very much. We got an update today on the free weekend. I think it was said there was 136,000 customers who participated. Were double trains or single trains used on line 1 on that day, on free day?
Yeah, on 1-1, it was single trains on that day.
Pardon me?
It was single trains on that day.
Are we still using single trains on the weekends?
Yes, we are.
Have we looked at increasing that at all? Have the ridership been significant enough to look at that?
Well, at this time, the single trains are more than meeting the capacity requirements for ridership.
Okay, thank you very much. Just with respect to.
Chair, I would like to say that when we have an event as the race, le marathon, we double the trains. We put double trains in place. So we go piece by piece. And for Blues Fest, those kind of things, if it's needed, we'll do that for sure. And just to let you know.
Okay, merci. With respect to bus availability, in April, we heard that I think we needed 540 buses to be available and there was 521. What are we looking at now? Are we, I understand we got an update on the procurement and that sort of thing, but are we closer to matching the 540 at this point?
Mr. Chair, for this current time of year, we're looking at a maximum of 524 buses needed per day. Then during the summer months, that requirement will go down to about 480, which is typical, just because we don't have the school runs and a lot of changes to the routes. Then come September, I don't know the numbers yet, but probably will have to be around 540, if I am to assume today. But I am assuming, and I'm looking at that.
But are we still short? Because we were short in April. We needed 540 and we had 521, I think was the stat given last time.
We are still short. It depends on, so we will be better off with the 11 incoming buses. We will be better off with the added e-buses depending on their arrival. Yes, they arrived during Q4, but when will make a big difference. But yes, we are still short because we are decommissioning more buses than we have to replace them today.
And so we've seen the numbers of, with the diesel buses, the 50 diesel buses are coming. We know the procurements, but there's still the risk of delays. Like, what are we doing longer term? Like, are we looking at maybe bringing in another manufacturer, looking at a shorter bus, for example, community bus? Like, what are we doing? Because this is a North American wide this is not specific to Ottawa. And so I'm just wondering about the longer term contingency plan, because I think certainly as we see those ridership numbers inch up, I think it's something that is a great concern if we can't meet the service level.
Mr. Chair, the long-term solution is a full fleet of electric buses, the newer buses. That is the actual solution, because we will have a newer fleet that requires less maintenance, that requires less resources. This solution will see us in a better situation by end of 2027. With phase 1 completed, that's about 350 buses. So half of our fleet will be converted. The rest of it will be the Novas, the 2019 Novas, which I mentioned we will be looking at refurbishing. Even though they're in good condition, we want to make sure that they're going to be sustainable and capable of keeping up with the service down the road. So that's the long-term solution. The problem we have today is between today and the end of 2027. The older fleet is requiring more and more every year. Every summer, we're having to do more work to keep up with them. And we're at a point where some of the structural work is beyond repairable, and we're not going to waste resources working on them.
Yeah, I guess I'm just concerned about like the risk mitigation long-term, if there's other things being looked at, whether it's using vehicle for hire to complete trips, whether it's purchasing different size buses or whatever the case may be. But anyway, I hope we can hear more about that at a future meeting, because I do think we need to understand the risk of those buses not being delivered, because we're seeing it in other jurisdictions. Do we still use spares? Do we have drivers that are spares? And could somebody outline that process when you're assigned as a spare?
Mr. Chair, yes, we do have spares. The process can be a little bit complicated just because of the complexity of the language around how spares work. However, for the most part, a spare is dedicated at each location to support the operation when we have, for example, absenteeism requirement for additional buses. And so they can be supportive of that operation part. I hope that explains it.
Okay, thanks. So are the spares always driving, or is there, on occasion, would you have spares that are not even called to drive?
Mr. Chair, there are occasions where the spares are not required to drive.
So they're in a bus that's not, so they're not in a bus, but there's spares that are called that are not necessarily required to drive.
That's correct. And that, so we have a booking 4 times a year, what we call a booking. So our bus operators will go through this process to schedule their shifts for the year. Some of them will schedule themselves as spares. And so when they're scheduled as spares, their job is to be at what we call operator lounges or bus operator buildings, so that when they're called upon, they're ready to support the operation. And that happens when you have absenteeism on a daily basis, when you have certain pressures, and if there is a bus available, they're there to use it. If not, unfortunately, that Troy can, I think, comment more on that.
Maybe Councillor, if I could jump in, did you ask, are the operators with a bus? They're not with the bus. Generally speaking, they're not with the bus. I mean, there might be times, late in the evening when our bus requirements are way down in which they are with a bus. But generally speaking, the spares are, they're waiting for work to be, if their work comes up that's available, it needs to be filled, and there's a bus, they would go out at that time. But so they're not occupying a bus. And I think maybe where you're getting to is, are we not delivering service because there's a spare sitting with a bus? And that's not the case, Councillor. We use every bus we can. Brad Tubman's here from our control center. They use every resource they can, and they're always working to the very last minute to fill as many trips as they can when we have cancellations and those challenges.
Okay, thanks very much. And just I'll get back on. I'll just ask one final question just about fare compliance. It's obvious that Herdman is a station that's pulling out the most tickets. I've seen the fare inspectors there myself. But I just have a question. Is it part of it due to the configuration of Herdman and the way that you can enter the station, or is it the high amount of buses that are passing through, or is it that the compliance officers are being assigned there more often? Like it really seems to be a bit of an outlier in terms of the other stations.
Thank you for the question, Chair. And absolutely, it's about the configuration of different stations. So there's different layouts that maybe I'll say encourage that type of behavior more so, or makes it a little bit easier if you're already looking to evade fare. One of the things I'm really glad I had an opportunity to speak about this again, because I wanted to share this with Councillor Brockington, is with the data that we're seeing here, it's just the number of tickets that have been issued, but it doesn't demonstrate the number of times the pass has been checked. So that's the data that we're working on now, because that will really show how many interactions that are being had, which is showing a positive, which is to say that the fare is being paid. What this is showing is the ones that have not been paid yet. So areas like Herdman, we've seen an increase. So they're not being deployed there specifically, like assigned to Herdman more than others. Just we're seeing it's an area of concern. And there is certain stations where we've heard feedback from different customers who see the fare enforcement officers and engage with them, and have said, this is what their view is of how people are maybe utilizing the station or the entrance of the station inappropriately to evade fare.
But nothing's been done to look at the configuration of the station or anything like that?
Not yet, but one of the things that I'm hopeful that the data will eventually get to is that if we really are seeing a concern, then we can work with our colleagues on Mr. Scrimger's team to see if something can be reconfigured potentially.
Okay, excellent. And I'll just sneak one last question in. Do I still have time? Last year, we were given statistics about what the average cost per ride was, taking into account all of the free fares, all the different fares. I think it was like $2.17 a ride. If we can, do we happen to have any idea what the average is now that there's been some changes to the fares? Does anyone have that off the top of their head?
Mr. Chair, we've been working on that with a plan to report it back to the committee when we bring back the comprehensive fare review that was requested at the time of budget approval.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm going to start with a lot of the service delivery data. I know I tend to focus on this during most meetings, and I'm going to rehash some of the comments that I made last meeting as well. But first, there's a lot of there is some positive feedback that we've received. Like for example, in Barrhaven East, our local route used to run once every 3 hours on Saturday and Sunday, and 3 trips a day, and now we're up to a half-hour service, I think, all day, and that's that's probably one of the largest, for me at least, one of the largest positives out of this change. Not to mention, you can go from east to west. You can go across Barrhaven without having to transfer if you go through Marketplace. However, there is a most of the unhappy feedback, most of the feedback about frustrations and things and service gaps and everything, that's during peak hours, right? And when we show a slide with data like 98% service delivery, but during the peak hours, there are buses that are so delayed that it seems like every other trip's been canceled. The 74 is the example I always use because that's the bus my wife uses. She reports to me every day. She reports it to me every day. Anyway, so there are enough delays. Like the service gap in the 74 is routinely every 25 to 30 minutes for a route that runs every 15 minutes. But all the buses show up. None of the buses are canceled, but they're delayed, right? So when we show customers that 98% service delivery, where trips are not canceled, it's great from a metric standpoint, but on the practical standpoint, in terms of what's actually happening on the ground, it's not something that they necessarily believe, and I've had a really hard time. So in fact, I don't really reference that anymore because I've had a really hard time selling that number. And during the first week of the service changes, Councillor Hill and I sort of tag team Fallowfield and Tunney's Pasture stations, like sort of the critical transfer points and start points for transit users in Barrhaven. And while on paper, rush hour, we have a bus on an average of every 3-4 minutes, right? It's great on paper. It's actually pretty good. But in practice, it certainly has not been the case. There have been large gaps at the busiest hours of 15-20 minutes sometimes, and that's all the routes combined. And so I'm wondering if there are any mitigation measures, if there's any improvements, maybe not for the summer booking, but for the autumn booking for sure. Are there any improvements in scheduling coming in the way routes are scheduled?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I can start, and please, my colleagues, feel free. First and foremost, I want to say, and I have already said that here a couple years ago, I think, when I just started here, 98% of service delivery is not good. We were at 96, now we are at 98. We want to be at 99.5. So I know that at school, when you have 98%, it's great. But on the service delivery, it's not great, specifically for the reason that you just said, Councillor, because we impact a lot of people during the peak hours, right? So that's why, again, we needed 3 things to work on that. So the recruitment, we're done. And the net route review, it's done. So now we need to continue to focus on the maintenance plan, and it's a process that will take a certain couple of time, I would say. And we heard about the aging buses, potential problem with the our capacity to bring the electricity here with Enviro because of the supply chain issues. So we have a variety of reasons that can happen, so that can impact the service. However, we are working tirelessly to do the best what we can do. And I can easily say today that the future is bright because we have a plan, we have actions on the board, and we see things moving forward. So it's coming. That will take a certain time, unfortunately, but we are doing the maximum to be able to deliver good service to our customers.
Thanks, Renee. And I agree. Like we are this, even though slowly, we are trending upwards still. Yeah, anyway, I'm curious about how the timing on a route is determined. Like, do we use a certain software to sort of decide that this route will take X number of minutes from time point A to time point B?
Mr. Chair, we have some primary data sources, and we use a number of pieces of software to analyze that. One of the data sources that we have is the continuous location that's reported through our control system with the GPS receiver that's on every bus. And that tracks the bus everywhere it's going. Another of our primary sources of data that we get continuously is reports from our colleagues, the bus operators who are driving those buses, who can tell us where they're noticing any lack of correspondence between the actual conditions on street and the time that our schedule set out that the bus ought to be at that location. And then on top of that, we get observations from our experienced controllers in the control center, from customers, and we can piece these things together. You saw earlier Scott presenting some of the information for Route 11, where he showed the variability at different times of the day, that there's a mean, but there's also a range within which 60% of the trips are falling, from the 20th percentile being the fastest trips and the 80th percentile being the towards the slowest trips. We need to set, and we have set, a target in that range where we will try to always schedule the 80th percentile. So there will always be 1 out of 5 trips which can't make it in that time, which is running late. But if we go beyond 80th to 85th or 90th percentile, not only would all the trips be slower and all of the service be more expensive, but also there'd be more chance of trips running early, and there'd be more work by everybody, operators and supervisors, to deal with that excess of time. So by going at the 80th percentile, that means that 20% of the buses will be late, a few will be perfectly on time, and 80% of the buses will have just the right amount or more time than they need. So it's a continuous management of what's going on. As I say, we have a number of pieces of software to do this. We have continuous discussions with the people supervising the bus operators, the people at the union that represent the bus operators, and it's a continuous process to make continuous improvements. We will never be fully up to date because conditions on the street continue to change. With the new ways to bus, the new schedules that came in April, we were able to make a number of changes, but we knew going in that some of those changes were already out of date because road conditions had changed since we were last able to take measurements. Now that we have those routes in place, those measurements are coming in continuously, and we can make some changes. We've already made some changes in the schedules that will start in June. We will make a few more changes in the schedules that start in September, but it'll be into 2026 when we are getting large amounts of data back from 2025 that can let us make changes into next year and beyond.
Thanks for that. I know we're supposed to generally keep it high level here, but I'll highlight the reason why I brought that up specifically was Route 70, right? Our sort of semi-circuitous route in Barrhaven. I did a fun little exercise and compared the travel time on the bus schedule versus what was suggested in Google Maps. And generally those times matched. And what I looked at was a weekday afternoon peak trip on the 70. And when I ran those Google Maps suggested times, it was a Sunday night. So to have a bus at 4 p.m. on a Wednesday, given 9 minutes from Fallowfield to the Costco, and that same amount of time to drive it on in a car on a Sunday night with no bus stops, with a higher rate of acceleration and deceleration that a car would have versus a bus, I think is unrealistic. I really hope that's not the data that it was based on. But the fact that it matched, is a worry for me, especially when I compared a weekday peak to a Sunday night drive. I'll leave it there. We can sort of discuss that more granularly by email. I have one more question for now. I'll come back on after. When it comes to the bus delivery schedule, we have. It seems to show that there's only one E-Bus being delivered over the entire summer, eh?
Thanks for the question, through you, Chair. That's correct. Our next batch of buses, which are 80 buses, they'll start delivery. The first bus will be in September, followed by 36 buses in Q3, and the 43 outstanding, I believe that's it, will be in Q1 of next year.
Is that discrepancy from the number of buses we're receiving in the summer to how many buses we're going to start receiving after September. Is the discrepancy because there are separate bus orders, or were there sort of other factors at play there that that caused that?
Through your chair, that was originally planned. The capacity of the electricity that we have at St. Laurent, we've maxed that out with the 30 buses that we have. The time to implement the infrastructure and the electrical infrastructure for the next batch that are going to start arriving at the end of this year, that aligns with our previous plan.
Okay, thanks. I'll come back on. Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you and congratulations, Renee, on your new adventures. Really enjoyed working with you, and certainly there'll be big shoes to fill. So thank you for that. Just want to go over a couple of different things of concern. One was related to, and I don't know if this is the right time, but I'll throw it in now just because it's concerning to my community. There's LRT construction in the East End. I know we're working on this actively right now. There's a scheduled full closure this weekend at Montreal Road Ramp, and I hear that there's a bit of a bun fight between the builder and the actual us, trying to determine if underneath Montreal Road interchange will remain open or not. And I'm flagging that, Mr. Chair, because the new route 24 that goes through there, it's very critical and it will cut everybody off. So we've made a commitment that we would never close it completely under that. Otherwise, it will totally sever the community. And I'm bringing this up on behalf of my East End colleagues. If we are unable to have that opened, I implore you or ask you, please, delay any closures till this is sorted out this weekend. Clearly, it's not going to impact the schedule. It's going to take quite a bit longer to finish some of these ramps. Do you have any feedback on that right now?
Councillor, I was going to ask if we could park that till the LRT construction update, because
Fair enough.
All the right people ready to answer the
Fair enough. Well, you have warning now, so I'll ask the exact same thing again. That's great. Thank you. The other one is related to, I want to thank Pat Scrimshire. Pat and the gang came out with Laura Dudas and I, and we were able to stand on the platforms at Blair Station. And I'm very excited in the future, after Stage 2 light rail is up and running, we're going to see how the platforms are going to change and make it even easier for people that take that brand new bus that I'm actually speaking of, where you have to cross over into an unpaid fare zone. That will be eliminated. That's going to change the game completely at Blair Station. So hopefully in the next few months, we will see that and close one of those big gaps, not only from losing money as an operation, but also being able to make it safer for our ridership. The other question I had was related to policing on the platforms. We did receive more money in regards to policing on platforms. Have we implemented that? Do we have more special constables and OC officers on the platforms today?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So I assume you're referring to the provincial funding through the new Ottawa deal, Councillor?
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So this is a phased approach. It's a multiple year deal. We're in the process right now of recruitment of new special constables. So we have seen an increase, but there's several more to come in the spring, summer, and fall. We're hoping to hopefully get to the complement using the funding that was allotted by the province.
That is terrific news. And I share similar concerns on the E-Bus component and delivery. Right now, I think if you pull it up, it did say we have 26 on the website. It's great. I love that part of the dashboard. It's my favorite part. I check it daily, or at least the first week of every month. It still says 26. Is there actually 26 operating right now? I hear there's probably 6 or 7 that are having some challenges right now. And I just want to make sure every time we lose some, it becomes more of a problem.
Thanks for the question to your chair. So yes, currently we have 30 buses, the 4 pilot and the 26 from the program in Ottawa. 26 of those have been handed and can be used for service on a daily basis. The remaining 4 is one outstanding new flyer that's going through the PDI process, should be in operations or handed over to operations shortly. And the remainder are the Nova buses. Nova buses is we have 4 of those. We're going through the training with the operators, and shortly those will be able to be put into service. To your question, once we hand them over and they're able to be used in operation, it doesn't mean that they're used in operation on a daily basis every day. They are scheduled for preventive maintenance. They're scheduled, you know, they may have defects like all other buses. So we are not adjusting the tracker on a daily basis. The tracker is really essentially how many buses have we handed over and can be used to operations.
Wonderful. And do we anticipate, are we still on track? I hate using that term. Are we still on course according to the Gantt chart to receive delivery? I guess it's 80 electric buses in the next tranche that's coming up.
Through you, Chair, that is correct. The 80 buses, the schedule is to start, those will start arriving, the first one in September, remaining buses Q4 this year and Q1 of next year. Those are on track based on discussions with the bus manufacturers, New Flyer and Nova. Yeah.
Okay, great. And two more quick things. Ms. Amilcar, you are fully committed. Every time I contact you, I said, would you meet with some of my members in Pineview? You're leaving us. My members of Pineview are probably listening. I assume Troy will probably step in and we'll arrange that in the future. Is that, can I get a commitment on that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, you have the same commitments in terms of interacting with your offices and your constituents as Madame Amilcar. I'll 100% keep that going. We're committed to listening to our customers, listening to your councillors, and you know, you have my commitment.
Great. And last but not least, everyone always asks me about what app I use for transit. Are we really promoting heavily the transit app? It is terrific, by the way. It tells you everything. Is this something we're promoting pretty heavily? I'm promoting it in my stuff that I have out there. I'm assuming we're all using this one here. Are we all using this one? Is this something we're promoting pretty heavily? Because it's pretty accurate, it seems. Yes. I like this guy. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Councillor Leeper, you're up.
Thank you very much. I won't take up a ton of time today. Madame Amilcar, though, I do want to say thank you very much for all the work that you've done. It took courage to come to Ottawa in 2021. We had a train that was broken and did not work, a fractious council. It was a leap of faith on your part. You are leaving with a very successful Line 2 launch that was a model of transparency. Something that flew beneath the radar of the media through this period was the operator hiring. Every meeting we received how you were performing against the plan. And every meeting, I'm like, they're hitting the plan. They're hitting the plan. They're hitting the plan. Very well done. And of course, Line 1 is working very well today with great service delivery. So thank you for all the work that you've done. And thank you especially for your enthusiasm for transit. I share it. It has always been a joy to see you at the events and out in the community talking about transit. It's infectious. Alors, merci pour tous.
Thank you for everything you've done and your great work.
So just a short list of questions. How are the South End Park and Rides doing? Are there any trends that we can measure in terms of how busy those are?
Mr. Chair, Bowesville Station in particular is doing pretty well. Leitrim, not so much, but it's there and it's being used by a number of people. We're hoping, as I said earlier, to get a better look at all of those in September when everyone's back to work and back to school. We'll look to see whether some of the people have moved from South Keys to one of the ones further south on Line 2, whether anyone's shifted over from using Strandherd, Fallowfield, Nepean Woods to any of the ones on the east side of the river with the train opening. And we'll just try and get an impression of how needs have changed. There's no sense of anything close to overcrowding on any of the brand new lots, however.
Okay. I think I share Councillor Deloche's hope that we can spread the word about line 2 and how well it's doing, and hopefully boost some of that unused capacity at the park and rides. It's a huge opportunity for us, obviously. Sorry, Bert said Bart, sorry, said we are using the promoting the transit app. You were showing us trends in terms of usage. I don't need exact numbers, but does it continue to grow? I'd love to hear just a yes.
Get it. I think we can have this, right? Oh, okay.
We can get this information.
Chair, we don't have those numbers at the top of our minds right now, but we are happy to take that question away and bring you an answer back. But yes, my understanding is that it continues to grow, or at least that we're seeing trends in the right direction.
I try to be an ambassador for it because with the reliability challenges that the bus has, et cetera, the transit app provides people with a lot of comfort that their bus is actually coming, particularly with the crowdsourced location data. So I hope more and more people will continue to try to use that. Sorry, the transducer risk to schedule. Sorry, transruptor. Sorry. So I didn't get a sense watching that in the presentation. I'm not sure I'm walking away from here with an understanding of how serious a potential risk that is. Could you take me through that again?
Yeah, thanks for the question to you, Chair. So the transruptor is a piece of equipment that's required as part of the on-site substation to safely transfer the power that's coming from Hydro Ottawa into our property. So that will affect the delivery, commissioning, and powering up of the on-site substation and more power for more buses that we'll have on property. However, Enviri and Hydro Ottawa are working on mitigation strategies. There's one option that is very likely that we're working towards. We'll bring an update later this year, is really bringing in temporary power off of the street with temporary transformers and feeding that directly into our south garage. And that will provide us the power that we need for the additional buses that are being delivered at the end of this year. Should that fail, what we're doing is we're working with to bring in additional staff. And what we will have to do at that point is cycle the additional buses that we have with the current 30 chargers. So the current 30 chargers that we have are still good. There's no issues there. However, we may need to cycle 30 buses through or 60 buses through the 30 charger, or if we can't get additional power till April, that'll be 110 buses cycling through the 30 chargers, which is doable. It's just an operational challenge. A full charge on a bus is roughly 4 hours. So you could imagine if you're doing 30 buses every 4 hours, you could charge 120, you're cycling them through every 4 hours. However, that is a logistical challenge that we are working on and putting plans in place. But we are very hopeful that Hydro Ottawa and Enviri are able to bring in the temporary power.
And why is that being flagged as a potential risk today? Are parts not being delivered, or is there a specialized labor? Like, what is the nature of the risk?
So through you, Chair, it's the actual delivery of that component that's been ordered through Enviri. It's a long lead time item that has been pushed off by the manufacturer of the transruptor.
Okay, where is that manufacturer?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information at this point, but I could share that.
Okay. So when will we next hear about that? And whether or not it's continues to be a risk? Is that going to be our next Transit Commission meeting?
Absolutely. We could provide an update at the next Transit Committee.
Okay. Thank you for flagging it, though. I do appreciate the transparency. We saw that with the library the other day, where a potential problem's been flagged, but it's not necessarily a problem today. Okay, and then finally, the number 11 corridor data and study is a model of analysis. We saw a tiny piece of it today. I know there's a shit ton of data in behind that, which would take literally, sorry, a whack of data. Sorry, behind that. Sorry, kids. The one stat that I would love for you to unpack a little bit is the cost savings associated with a minute of saved travel time. I think you've said that that's worth $40,000 to OC Transpo. How do you get to that number?
Thank you for the question and through you, Chair. So we essentially based that was an estimate that was based on our annually updated hourly cost of delivering service. And then it's essentially looking at from a 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday, running a bus every 15 minutes, what that cost of just delivering that on an hourly basis is. So if you can minimize 1 minute off of a total round trip, it results, again, not considering, interlining all of the kind of larger pieces of it, just from a pure cost of travel time on a route. That's how that's estimated.
Okay. It's fascinating. I think what I'm really interested in today is that you are highlighting for this commission and this council the need to think about how we allocate space on our streets. And I think you are asking us or hinting strongly at us that we need to have a very explicit discussion around the balance of uses on our roads. If we're going to have a sustainable transit system, that transit has to run reliably and conveniently. And I know in the course of showing me that data and Councillor Kavanagh, that you've proposed a number of measures that will change the allocation of space, change the priority of the different vehicle uses on our roads. And I, for one, have expressed my sympathy or my willingness to implement measures that prioritize transit on our streets in order to get that ridership back, and in order to ensure that our city is actually going to be able to move in future. The way we are heading right now is just increasing congestion on our roads. And the answer to congestion is strong public transit. The measures that you are looking at and have identified through the course of the corridor review are the solution to congestion, not just of transit, but for everybody who's trying to move around our streets. So I'm looking forward to continuing that conversation. Thank you.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you. Like he said. Thank you very much. And merci, René, pour votre dedication.
Thank you, René, for your dedication and for your passion.
Travail pour toutes les choses.
And for your work and everything you've done to improve the system. Thank you from wholeheartedly.
Do have a passion for transit, and it's appreciated. Thank you. I wanted to talk about that analysis of Route 11. I had asked for an analysis because it was identified by OC Transpo as an issue that this was a route that had problems. And it's a workhorse route. It's one that is highly by older adults in my ward for one. I love the analysis. That was great. It's not like trains. Buses run on roads. Therefore, that's another department. That means we have to get out of the silos and work with the other departments on solving these problems. And I appreciated the step-by-step places that we can do things. I want to know how closely OC Transpo is going to work with asset management to make a better system, because as has already been pointed out, there's some quick fixes, there's some longer term fixes, but they're all fixes, and this should be our priority. So I want to know what discussions are taking place. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanagh. It was a pleasure to work with you as well all the time. You were so positive, and you gave me a lot of encouragement. So thank you so very much. So to answer to your question, we work a lot with the planning department, definitely. And we know that the new leader will arrive. So the team will continue the work with them. I think Councillor Leeper touched upon the right thing. We can put more buses, but they will just congestion the route. So we need to give priority to the buses. So we need more dedicated lanes. We know we need those things, and we will continue for sure to work with planning specifically, I would say, not planning at OC Transpo, but planning, transportation planning with Vivi now and the coming leader.
Thank you. And if necessary, I think the individual councillors will be lobbying as well. I see the manager of asset management is here, and I'm sure she's taking notes because this is really important stuff, and it shows the direction we're going as a city. In terms of next projects, I can give an example of one that is also in need of help, and that's the Route 85. The reason is because when I first got elected, I was told that was going to be a rapid bus route, rapid transit route, and it got kind of shelved. This is the bus that is another workhorse that goes up and down Carling mostly. It deviates into other places, but I'm hearing from residents that there's missing buses, late buses, and it's particularly hard on those who live in Ottawa community housing, because I've heard directly from them that this is a problem route. So we have more work to do. Since we're not moving forward on making this a rapid bus route, rapid transit route, what can we do to improve these routes? Because these are Carling is a road that has most of the time 3 lanes, not always, but we can make improvements. So I just want to know if that can be considered for the future.
Mr. Chair, I'd suggest that the biggest thing that will help Carling Avenue are the recommendations that are coming in the Transportation Master Plan that will be coming to the PWIC in the next month and to council after that. And if some of those policy directions are accepted by the committee and council, there's a good future for having an excellent crosstown route that not only serves those areas, but ties the different rail lines together at Bayshore and Lincoln Fields and Dow's Lake and Lees.
Thank you. We like I said, this is something where we have to get out of our silos. We've got transit here, we've got public works here, and we have to work together to accomplish our goals for the transportation master plan. So I appreciate that work. I wanted to, if I have time, New Ways to Bus. I have a couple of groups. I've already talked to Pat about it. So, but I'm just bringing it to your attention. The 258 that was taken away, Crystal Beach. The issue was that we've lost a route that took people directly to Tunney's pasture. So people are taking longer because they have to make an extra change. This is ahead of the fact that we don't have the stage 2 running yet. So this decision was made. If the transit was running, the LRT was running, going to Bayshore is perfect. You get on the train and go, but it's not there yet. And we're all looking forward to it. So it obviously was problematic for a lot of people, and I understand it's being looked at, particularly for rush hour. But I just wanted to get an update on what will now be the 58.
Mr. Chair, yes, we are working on an improvement there. We don't have the details all nailed down, but we'll be briefing Councillor Kavanagh as soon as we can on how we can make travel easier for the people in that community.
Thank you, Pat. I appreciate very much. Para Transpo, I'm hearing a lot from residents who use it, particularly older adults. There's quite a few of them who are being directed towards taxis rather than Para Transpo. They'd rather use Para Transpo, and I take it it's a shortage, but it's been very hard on residents. They find it actually easier to get into Para Transpo, and the taxis. Obviously, it's more problematic, and there's a cost. So, when will this issue be dealt with?
Mr. Chair, I just want to remind everyone that Para Transpo service is provided with multiple types of vehicle. Some of those vehicles are minibuses driven by city employees. Some of those vehicles are accessible taxi cabs driven by a contractor, but they are all Para Transpo service. We are helping people to get the best service by ensuring that everyone who can physically use either of those primary types of vehicles confirms that they are able to use both types of vehicles. We need to reserve, when we need to reserve the minibuses, which are larger, for people who have a certain nature of their disability or a certain type of mobility device they use, we need to be sure that those larger minibuses are available for their use. So there are some people who, some customers of Para Transpo who had expressed that they would prefer to use a minibus over an accessible taxi. And we're going through to ensure that we're talking to each of them to make sure that they have a medical need or a need because of the nature of the disability or the device they use, that it's a need and not just a preference. If we were to try to accommodate everyone on minibuses and not on accessible cabs, we would not be able to carry as many people as we do now. We would have to regrettably tell some people we don't have a capacity to carry them. We haven't had that problem yet. But to be clear on the councillor's point, we are not referring anyone to taxi service. We are just working out which of our two types of vehicles they're able to use. And I think I'm going to guess at this number, but it's something like 2/3 to 3/4 of all our capacity of all the trips we carry on Para Transpo are delivered by the contracted accessible cabs. So the larger buses, the buses that are owned by the city and operated by city employees, are not the largest part of the Para Transpo service.
Thank you. We'll talk further, but I appreciate the update. Do I have time for one more? Okay, and that is about the bus garages or depots. We have one. You called it the Pinecrest. I call it the Queensview because it is on Queensview, and you know probably that it's been identified in a secondary plan as a future site for recreation, and so eventually it will be decommissioned. And I just want to know if that's being worked towards, because with all these changes coming with the electrification of buses, the movement, and new garage, if this is being worked through so that eventually that can be a recreation complex site.
Mr. Chair, the Pinecrest garage at this time is serving as an operational need as a swing space, really, for the constructions going on at Saint Laurent. Our intention is to continue using it for the next 2 years at a minimal capacity. We're reducing the amount of maintenance that's being done at the location. However, we still need the space to park, and it's an indoor space, which is a lot more beneficial to us, especially with the older buses in the cold. So we're hoping within the next 2 years, we'll have a better understanding where we're going with the project. And I believe at this point, we can recommend, if not, we require this garage operationally. This will also have to fit in, and to your point earlier, Councillor, about our plan, a long-term plan for the bus strategy, where the buses need to be in the future, where they need to start, as electric buses cannot just start from Saint Laurent eventually. If we are to have the rest of the fleet converted, we're going to have to think strategically about the next location. So this will be part of that entire discussion, and we'll make the best recommendation, taking into consideration, of course, the plan you've highlighted.
This is a prime location that is right near a brand new station at Queensview Station. So it's an ideal site for service to the community. So I just want to get a commitment that that is the plan.
Mr. Chair, I believe that's correct. Our intention to purchase 170 Colonnade is to expand our Merville garage in the West End. It's a lot more efficient for us operationally to have the entire fleet managed from there. It's less mechanics, less supervision required, and it is the new site for the new Para Transpo buses. So yes, the plan is to decommission that Pinecrest site as an operational garage, and we have started doing so. So we have not invested in new hoists, new building requirements, just maintaining it safely.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Just to add as well, to the councillor's earlier question, we currently have 80 Para Transpo buses that are very old or have passed the life expectancy. So we are currently using about 55 to 60 on any given day. Unfortunately, we can't do better than that. Sometimes we can go a little bit higher. They require a lot of maintenance. It's important to note that with the new buses, the new garage being an indoor garage, it will help us put more buses on the road to support the customers' comfort task, if I can put it that way. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So thanks, last but not least, for round one. I just wanted to, first of all, obviously thank Renee for your leadership and for showing light on places that we needed to put sunlight. And it can be very difficult to show leadership and vision when you are coming into an environment that, has so much baggage, and you rose to that occasion beautifully, and we are all better for it. And I hope that the councillors around the table can continue to take up the mantle of transit for you and your team and your successor moving forward. And as far as I'm concerned, slides 36 to 40 were like the mic drop of the presentation. I was so impressed with the analysis on Route 11. You have been asked month after month to show your work, to highlight data, to demonstrate your analysis, to demonstrate your sophistication when it comes to organizing route decisions. And slides 36 to 40 in this presentation showed that we have a good understanding using data analysis of what the margin of error is, what the margin of error should be, or what is inappropriate or appropriate in terms of delays expected for customers, and what improvements can be made in order to serve those customers better. And without a doubt, we're going to be having very powerful conversations at the Transportation Master Plan discussion later on this month, where in fact we do need to demonstrate a commitment to all residents, regardless of how they move throughout the city, whatever mode they take. We are committing to moving people faster through this city. And without doing that with the proper transit investment and road reconstruction in order to deliver transit on time, everybody, regardless of how you move through the city, will be stuck. The more we grow, the more it is inevitable. And so I really appreciate Councillor Kavanaugh's comments to say this cannot be siloed. We will do all residents a disservice if we do not act fast to move people faster, regardless of how they want through the city. And we are all connected on that road network. So I really appreciate the level of detail. I wanted to follow up on the delegation from today. Again, I really appreciate you, Renee, you have always demonstrated accountability around this table, and to take accountability for that person's experience and to validate their experience is just, again, a demonstration of your clear leadership. Will you be able to undertake some degree of analysis on what that delegation was asking, regardless of the specific example with her concern? Is there a larger reflection on passengers left behind? It's a curious metric. I wonder if it's something that could be undertaken as we move forward this year.
Thank you very much, Chair. Councillor, thank you very much for your nice words. I really appreciate that. I'm just a little bit shy today because it's a little bit too much for me, but I appreciate it really. So we have already asked Mo, who works for Pat, is in charge of the customer service. We have asked him to start digging into complaints so we can measure the magnitude. And as I said, notwithstanding the the procedure. We failed, and we will correct that. And probably we will need to retrain our operators, and we will need to do better, definitely. So this is not the customer experience that we are looking for, and it's unfortunate that happened. But I'm glad that she came here today, and she was solid on our complaint, and we'll address it definitely. And I'm sure that Troy will bring it back in September. No pressure, Troy, but this is something that I will personally make sure that we address before I leave.
Thank you. Yes, when we use our data, and obviously you have leaned into evidence-based decision-making quite clearly here. We could look at other metrics to measure our performance, and that's always an interesting conversation to have for any organization. So I'm really grateful to her for bringing that up. My final question sort of relates specifically to the ward and with the new ways to bus. We have a curiosity in our neighborhood in that the Ashley Street closure for it has been around 2 years now. The Ashley Street has been closed. It's an on-ramp that has been used for bus diversion during LRT construction. But now, under the new ways to bus, our office has been seeking answers as to whether or not those bus routes that existed previously using that on-ramp are in fact using it as frequently as they were, whether there's been any changes to bus use of Ashley Street, and whether, if those bus patterns have changed under the new ways to bus, if we could imagine accelerating the reopening of Ashley Street for residents in the area.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So that's something we'll take away, Councillor. We'll certainly have a look at that and see if there are opportunities for an early opening of Ashley Street. The RCP team will work with Pat's team to look at what impact that would have on the bus routes in that area.
Okay, great. That would be wonderful. And just generally speaking, to follow up on a previous councillor's comments about school boards and the catchment areas, I have found since the new ways to bus has been implemented that students who have to go over the Queensway to get to school, specifically Woodruff High School, are now finding the routes to be exceedingly difficult. And of course, we do know that pedestrian and cycling infrastructure over the highway coming from College Ward is fairly treacherous, and parents are understandably reluctant to have their kids walk over to catch a bus on the north side or do those types of modifications. Is there, it's similar to some of the previous councillors' requests for the September update on new ways to bus, could we have a lens of school board or school patterns in the high school area? Because I feel like some of those travel patterns have been negatively affected.
I'm thinking about it, Mr. Chair. I'm sure we can look at it and report back. I'm not sure how we'll find a way to report back on that in our review. I can say that we did make some adjustments in the early days, some of them right before the new schedules came into place, and others very shortly after, that dealt with some immediate concerns that we heard of through different councillors' offices, and some of which were sort of temporary to bridge the time from the end of April until the end of June, so that all the students can make new plans for the fall. But we'll see what we can do. So thank you to the councillor.
Okay, great. Yeah, we do want our high school students to be able to choose to use the bus and to use active transportation, because young usage is an indicator of adult usage. So we don't want to get more parents driving their kids to school. We know what kind of conflicts we can see with parents being busy and running around. So I appreciate you looking into that, Pat. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, before we go to our second round of questions, I understand that Pat has an answer to Councillor Brockington's question on bus and train recovery.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and we shared this with the councillor before he had to leave the room. Comparing early 2025 to early 2020, ridership on the O train is now at 66% of what it was at that time. Ridership on buses is now at 85% of what it was at that time. And the previous number, 71%, is a little bit different because it was for the most recent 12 months rather than just the early part of 1 year. But that's obviously a composite of those two numbers.
Okay, and I understand that Bart has an answer to Councillor Leaper's question about transit app usage.
That's correct, Chair. The most recent data we have from the transit app is from April 2025. The number of monthly unique users we had in April was 135,215, which is a 24% increase from April 2024. So we are very encouraged by that, and that I would say is prior to the launch of New Ways to Bus. So I would estimate that those numbers today are much higher.
Thank you. What is that app called and where can people find it?
The app is called the Transit app, and it can be found in the app stores of all major phone companies. And there is a link as well on our website.
That's very helpful information. Thank you.
Okay, round two of questions, beginning with Vice Chair Delash.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Johnson that there is quite a bit of good news in this meeting's report and some very encouraging signs and some bright lights. I want to talk about, I think one of those positive developments is the acquisition of used buses. We've seen in the past a lot of rhetoric that how hard can it be? I just found one on Kijiji, go buy it. Political stunts around that. Apparently it is quite challenging to do that, right? Given the supply of buses and the standards that we would have to do that. So can you just talk about that process to acquire these buses and maybe just underline again how they will be deployed as backups or to support the service during peak times, what have you? And what are we doing to just minimize the cost, right, of acquiring them and putting to use? We're not going to potentially paint them top to bottom perfectly. I think we want to get them into service as quickly as possible.
Thanks for the question, and to you, Chair. Yes, acquiring these buses have been difficult. We've looked, all over the place, talked to bus manufacturers and so on. We lucked out through a used vehicle salesman, maybe. We were able to find these buses. They are coming from GRT, Grand Rapid Transit. They are decommissioning these buses because they are onboarding new buses. They're 15 years old. They have roughly 1 million kilometers. However, currently, the ones that we don't have here in Ottawa are currently in service down there. They're in really good shape for the age of the bus, well maintained. So, however, there's a long road ahead before they could be put into service. We will minimize as much as possible, but we cannot put them into service without having all of the safety features, all of the operational features that we would have on a regular bus. Our decals, our IT especially is a big component. If that bus is blind, like for an operator, it won't go into service. And once that's done over the next few months, the goal is by September is our goal. It is a challenge to be able to get them in service by then, but at that point they'll be turned over to operations and will be able to be put on in service where any 40-foot buses are.
And the strategy to commissioning them, right, in terms of getting them ready, are we minimizing the costs of that? Again, if it was a new bus, we would expect the highest standard of paint and interior. I'm not saying we're going to have a lower class of service here, but how do we just minimize the cost when we bring in a fleet that's really just going to be temporary?
Yeah, thanks for the question. there's not much that we could minimize when it comes to the IT equipment, all the decals that are required on the exterior. We're going to try and simplify by just wrapping the vehicles with our, red maple leaf and the stripe that we have. However, when it comes to decals and bus numbers and so on, we can't minimize on that front. Like I indicated, the buses are in relatively great shape. They're in really good shape. So from a maintenance point of view, we're doing an MTO, minor repairs. They're good for service. The interior is very similar to the interior that we have from a seat perspective, flooring. There's no changes on that front. The big costs will be on the IT front.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. I actually want to build off some of those last questions there. I think we're fortunate in that Grand River Transit has a very simple stripe on their buses, and that the Nova buses actually can't take paint. You're actually only supposed to apply vinyl decals on them. Are we able to, which is why a lot of them start peeling. Anyway, besides the point, are we able to maybe skip some of those like decal steps? I know we have to do the fleet number. The logo has to be fairly prominent on the bus, but something like the maple leaf and the two stripes, like can we forego that considering the OC Transpo logo and the route number and destination sign stuff would be sufficient? I'm assuming that adds like an extra day, like sometimes of work.
Mr. Chair, if I could just build on what my colleague Dan was referring to earlier. Dan was referring to the full process of getting a bus into service. Maybe it's a little bit premature for us to make the best recommendation because we are still in the initial phase, which has to be done for any bus that has to be in service in Ottawa, especially when OC Transpo safety requirements have to be met, regardless whether it's going to be a bus used in service or in training. The second step of this process will be for us to cost all the IT requirements and compare that to the lifespan of, or the lifespan of what's remaining of that bus. At this point, we'll make the best decision based on that. Whether if we're going to put them into service, our recommendation will definitely be to match every other Nova bus we have today so that we don't have any mistakes there. The cost is relatively very low when it comes to outfitting a bus. However, if we decide to put them in training, which is something we do, I'm guessing now about majority of the year, we're constantly in training, and if not for new employees, we're retraining operators. So having 10 buses available just for training will be very helpful, and we'll put other Novas that we have today into service. So at that point, will be probably a less costly initiative.
I can add that we only do the bare minimum on changes of these used buses, but the most cost avoidance have been done on the before we did the purchase of these buses by the type of buses we purchase. So we had a broad overview of where buses are available, and obviously we excluded buses like from the US, buses that would have required way more changes, and a lot of details like training required would have meant if we have older buses or buses that are not in use. That's not the case. So we have a very similar bus that it is in use. So we reduced the amount of training. So these are the reduction that we have put in place before even buying them. And what is left is the bare minimum, what we are doing.
Okay, understood. Thanks for the details. On the topic of on the topic of the vehicles, one of the slides you mentioned that you were looking to refurbish some of the double-decker buses that were in the fleet, right? Am I right?
So Chair, that's correct.
Okay. So, understanding that when we had our older double deckers, the 8000s, there was a light refurbishment that was sort of piloted on, I believe, 1 or 2 of the fleet, and it was determined that it was too expensive to sort of undertake for the rest of the 75. What do you think would be different with the 8100s in terms of that, or are you going to do the same thing? Are you going to do a light refurbishment of 1 or 2 to see how much it would really be to do the remaining? I think it's also 75 buses.
Mr. Chair, that's a very good question, first of all, and there are a lot of reason to why we want to refurbish those double deckers. The first one is the fact that we don't have a large number of high capacity buses. Yes, the train will be our go-to. However, as Madame Amilcar brought forward last year, one of the issues that we are seeing is the lack of 60-foot electric buses. So we are purchasing some diesel buses that should come in end of Q7. However, that's on top of what we have as high capacity, which are the double deckers. So the double decker buses will require refurbishment similar to that of the Novas, so that we won't see the problems we saw with the previous fleet down the road. We're trying to avoid getting to year 12 and 13, 14 and have a much lower MDBF to where we want them to be. We want our buses to run as efficiently. We want them to cause us less problems and hopefully just sustain them through preventative maintenance instead of what we're seeing today, which is unfortunately reactive maintenance on a daily basis. I hope that answers the question.
May I can add as well that we do have a process, not only an algorithm for the status of all the buses which shall decommissioned first, so which are the worst buses, that is not based only on mileage, but as well on the status. And we know that the double deckers have not the best shape, but before we make the decision of overhaul, we do the processes that we do in engineering assessment of the status of the overall fleet, but as well on each bus will be assessed. And based off this result, we will decide whether we do an internal or even an external overhaul.
Okay, thank you. So do we have a contingency do you, I guess, have a contingency if you do the engineering assessments as Martin suggested, and let's say it turns out that you can only refurbish 2 or 3 only 2 or 3 are economically feasible to be refurbished, and then the remaining 70 something really have to face the same fate as the older ones.
Mr. Chair, the good news here is that we're doing this process before we get to a point where we realize it's too late to refurbish the double deckers. So we're early in our game, to put it this way, for this particular reason, because we've learned from our mistakes in the past. The struggle here would be the amount of resources we have available to refurbish buses. Refurbishing buses is a big job. That's what happened, I guess, with the previous fleet. Unfortunately, I can't speak to that too much, but it's heavy resource requirement, and my colleague Marco and his team are working with us to find the perfect balance between doing the bare minimum needed to keep the buses in good shape versus the resources needed. We can't just rebuild every bus from scratch. That will be very intensive.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I said Marco. Sorry, I know I said Martin. So I had some questions earlier about Route 11, but I wanted to let the local councillors sort of ask their questions first. There are a lot of, first of all, those are excellent slides. A detailed analysis of the route is, quite amazing. And so there are a number of initiatives that are shown on one of the slides to sort of like improve the route, potential improvements, corridor or spot improvements. Have you also looked at the something like the route itself? Like when we launched stage 2, an extra diversion was added to the route. That's an extra left turn going eastbound. That's 2 extra left turns, for example. It's the same westbound. Anyway, have you looked at things like straightening out the route a little bit, especially as more line 1 and 3 stations in the future come online, or just even in the present day, because we have that transfer point at Bayview. I know Tunney's is a different transfer point than Bayview, but having 2 diversions there sort of I find adds a lot of time, or if it's even feasible, adding a branch of the 11 that just goes straight on Wellington and Richmond.
Mr. Chair, yes, we're looking at all of those things. The change to have Route 11 connect at Bayview Station as part of New Ways to Bus primarily gives people the opportunity to connect to O Train Line 2. And that will be especially valuable for people who live along the Richmond to Wellington to go to Carleton University or to anywhere along that corridor to the south. We will be looking at whether or not there's a need to retain the connection to Tanney's Pasture Station once the train extends further and people can make the connection from Route 11 to O train lines 1 and 3 at New Orchard or Sherburne stations. We'll also be looking at exactly how the bus serves Lincoln Field Shopping Center and whether it needs to still go to Lincoln Field Station, since there will also be the possibility of a connection at New Orchard. We will be looking at all of those things as part of the route planning for the bus route changes with the opening of lines 1 and 3 going west. I just wanted to reiterate one point that we've made previously, and that is that the nature of the ridership patterns on Route 11 will change and will change fairly quickly once the western extension of the O train is open, because right now it's providing local service along Richmond to Wellington, but it is also providing it's also the trunk corridor for people traveling towards the center. More people will be using the train if they're within walking distance of Lincoln Fields, New Orchard, Sherburne, Kitchissippi, and Westboro than today. So it will change the ridership, and Route 11 will become much more of a feeder route into those many O train stations that it connects to.
Okay. Thank you. I'll note that it'll still be despite that change, I think it'll still be a very heavy corridor based route. Because anyway, whatever. Two quick questions to wrap up for me. First of all, for Sabrina, when people sort of barge through the fare gates at stations, usually, there's a little buzzer sound and then it, registers a red X and everything. Do we ever keep records of those as a way to maybe help use data to guide the fare enforcement?
Thank you for the question, Chair. This question actually was for Pat, but he's nodding to me to say the answer is yes, we do keep that data.
Okay. Thanks, Pat. And then my last question, Brad had noted that we're going to be using Pimsey Station on Canada Day for ingress and egress. That's confirmed with all of our stakeholders. Okay. I don't want this to be we're saying it and then something else happens. Okay, thanks very much, Renee. I've been even at OC when I was an employee and in my current role. Thank you for your service here and good luck in Quebec. I'll still see you at certain CUDA events because I recently got on the CUDA board of directors, and I'm sure I'll see you in your capacity as the UITP president. Thanks.
Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple follow-up questions related to some great questions, actually, from my colleague, Councillor Lowe. The double deckers, we've made a decision. We're not going forward with any more Alexander Dennis. Would that be correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Good. I just wanted that on. Thanks, Remy. She beat you to it. She's quick on the button. We made some decisions in the past. We thought it would work. Clearly, it didn't. We've invested a lot in the garage. That garage is going to be repurposed. We're going to use it for something else, right? I remember, I think it was like the $7 million mega facelift garage back in my day. But that garage we're going to use for something else, I assume?
Mr. Chair, I would assume yes. However, that I would need to discuss this with my colleagues from other departments to decide what's the purpose of the garage, and it's part of our master asset plan.
Sounds great. We'll keep the roundabouts in the city, though. We're not taking those back. We tried to become England very quickly, but clearly we'll keep the roundabouts. But the buses, sayonara, they really didn't work too well, unfortunately. Follow up in regards to the missed stops. Concern, and thank you. I think we want to. What's the current process now? Because I've missed stops myself, but I think we all want to be clear on the policy now. If somebody's in a station and there's only one stop or one route on that station, what's the current policy now? Does it actually stop? I I don't think it does. Versus if there's two stops at a location, does it also stop? Because my follow-up question would be, what kind of discipline are we implementing? What kind of investigation are we doing? Is there cameras on the outside of the bus that we can actually capture this information? And last but not least, in the situation of the delegation, being from Councillor King's area, I'll certainly follow up to see what interaction he has had with the individual. I think that's very critical. You know, I have some frequent bus flyers in my area and I work very closely with them. So I'm just kind of curious. I think we all kind of want to know if you're brave enough to come out and speak at this committee. A good follow-up on what the rules are is probably important. Maybe you can comment on that.
Thank you for the question, Chair. Maybe I'll just take it from a training perspective as the training team's under me. So the bus operators are trained to stop if they see someone there, unless the person like turns and backs away and is very evidently does not want to go on the bus.
Fair.
That what happens in training is that they're trained to stop at the stop. But as we've said before, of course, they can't stop at every stop. So if there's no one there, of course, they're not going to stop. There's nothing in the training about having customers flag down a bus or anything like that. The customer does not need to flag down the bus. That's not what's done in training.
And do they have to be outside the stop? I'm thinking in the winter conditions, you can't even see in those windows. And this leads to a whole series of questions about, are they required to stop if they just see someone sitting inside one of the huts?
Again, thank you for the question, Chair. In training, they are trained to stop if they see someone at the stop.
Even with multiple stops?
If there's someone there, they should stop to assist the customer.
This is good information. And so on this specific one, can we get a commitment of follow up on this? Because I assume we will look at the footage on the bus if there is camera footage to see if that's occurred. And what kind of discipline is I hear retraining, but that seems it's pretty onerous, right? I just want to make sure we're correct on this.
I'll start and then maybe I'll pass it to my colleague. But first, yes, I think maybe a retraining or some communication needs to go out, maybe just to reiterate what's trained on in the first place. And I'll let my colleague speak to the.
Thank you, Serena. Mr. Chair, as my capacity as a customer service manager in the past,
thank you.
I'm very reluctant to just assume that something happened before
I agree
further investigating, not to ever disregard what the customer is telling me. Regardless of what the situation or what led to the situation, the customer did have a bad customer experience. So we have to correct this regardless. However, it will be unfair for me to say that the operator did something wrong before I review the footage, and that's our process. We'll always stick to this process, and even when we are prompted on social media, we respond with the same answer, that we will respectfully take this back, investigate. There are some alarm matters that we have to look into, and then depending on the investigation results, we'll either have to coach, retrain, or if we find there is something that requires discipline, we will use our disciplinary measures matrix so we can address it that way. We work very closely with LR on these kind of situations. However, I have to really stress the point that the customer did have a bad customer experience, and that's what we care about the most, and we'll make sure that we rectify this issue.
Thank you, Rami. And that's exactly where I was going is, you know, if we make the rules very clear, and I've experienced this in my area, we email you guys on a regular basis from my office when there's a concern, and they usually get addressed. And I want to see what level of interaction we've had from the counselor for the area, if it's been expressed to them. I want to see if this has been an ongoing issue, and to make sure it's very clear, if you don't have to come outside of the stop, that's interesting. If there's multiple stops, maybe we have to have clarity and do some communications with people to make sure we all understand what that is. Anyway, just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Renee, for your service to Ottawa over the last 4 years. Certainly, it was great to have you come out to Barrhaven, I think about 1.5 years ago, to take a ride on the bus, to talk to some of our transit riders, to see some of the issues and concerns out in my community. And I just want to take time to thank you formally and to wish you all the best in your next bound. I also want to say thank you to Pat for the conversation we had on a number of my concerns about new ways to bus. I know we're going to talk more in detail on the technical data at the next Transit Commission. I look forward to doing doing that. And the only point that I think I'll raise right now is one of the 98% bus service delivery. I do have concerns because anecdotally, what I'm hearing is especially the return commute from Tunney's Pasture to Barrhaven. There are issues with those buses when they start. And I think that may either not be factored into that number, or perhaps it's different because that's the start of the route. But I do know that there's a service concern there for my customers. And I just want to highlight that as something that we're going to be talking about over the next month or so. Thank you.
Okay, I think that is all the questions for this item. So thank you to staff for the update. We are going to take a 15-minute pause before the next item. So we will be back at 12:20. Thank you. 1:20. Thank you. Okay, we are going to continue on with our meeting. We have a few more items today. Item 5.1 is the next item on the agenda. It's the response to the Westboro Collision Coroner's Inquest. And we have a presentation from staff. Sabrina.
Welcome back. Good afternoon, everyone. Je suis heureux d'avoir l'opportunité
I'm
de
pleased
présenter
to have the
au
opportunity
sujet
to
au
present to
CNSI.
the committee on such an important
Coroner's inquest is
topic.
Such an important process, and we're grateful for the opportunity to have participated. Safety is always at the forefront of every decision we make, and with these recommendations, we're aiming to continue to advance safety and our safety culture within transit. Next slide, please. Before we explore the recommendations further, I want to provide a brief overview of the events that brought us here today. I really want to take this time to emphasize how much work and how much change has happened in the last 6 years. Many policies, procedures, and practices have been implemented over this last 6 years, and the inquest is just a culmination of many years of hard work and safety improvements throughout our system. As you all know, on January 11th, 2019, there was a fatal collision at Westboro Station, which tragically resulted in the deaths of 3 passengers and injuries to several others. In 2020, the city accepted civil liability for the collision. During this time, the Office of the Auditor General also completed a comprehensive audit on bus driver training. I'll cover this later in the presentation, but it's really important to note that following the collision, OC Transpo immediately took steps to start making improvements to both safety and training, and further enhancements to our new bus operator training program were also implemented after the completion of the audit. I cannot emphasize enough of how much has changed over the years. A criminal trial was held in 2021, and as we know, the bus operator was acquitted of all criminal charges in a judge-only trial. There have been several committees, working groups, audits, and safety reviews that have been completed since that time. So all of these events led to this coroner's inquest, which took place virtually from April 2nd to May 1st of this year. Next slide, please. The inquest is a quasi-judicial process. What this means is that it refers to actions or proceedings which resemble a court but are not conducted by a traditional judge. In this case, the proceedings were overseen by a coroner, who is a doctor, and a jury of 5 civilians. The main purpose of the inquest and any inquest is to make safety recommendations aimed at preventing similar incidents from occurring in the future. A coroner's inquest is very different from a public inquiry. Specifically, the jury is not empowered to assign legal responsibility or make any conclusions. The focus of the inquest is fact-finding and making safety-related recommendations to prevent fatalities in the future. It is not a process that assigns responsibility or blame. The inquest was held virtually with witnesses from the City of Ottawa, from Transit Services, Infrastructure and Water Services, and Corporate Services, specifically Fleet Safety. In addition to providing testimony, staff from several departments, especially from Transit Services, supported the inquest by providing extensive amount of evidence and documentation and background information, much of which helped the development of the recommendations we see here today. In addition to the city, ATU 279 and 2 of the families of the deceased were also granted standing to participate in the inquest. On the whole, the inquest covered several topics, from safety to infrastructure to training. As part of the inquest, several external industry experts were also invited and spoke on a variety of topics, including safety oversight, road safety, transitway construction, crashworthiness, and human factors. Next slide, please. I want to take this opportunity to thank the coroner, the jury, and everyone who participated in the inquest. It was a significant undertaking. These recommendations are what will help us drive positive safety changes across the entire transit industry, not just for OC Transpo. To that end, the recommendations provided by the jury extend far beyond our Transit Services Department. So we're going to adopt a similar approach to the one we did for the public inquiry, and we have adopted a cross-departmental strategy in reviewing and actioning the recommendations that are directed to the city specifically. The jury provided a total of 60 recommendations. 41 of the recommendations are directed towards the city, and the remaining 19 to various external parties. Of these 41 that are directed to the city, 4 have already been completed, and several more are well underway. The recommendations that relate to the city fall broadly under 3 headings. So recommendations requiring adjustments to either city policies or practices or procedures, recommendations resulting in small to medium budgetary pressures, and recommendations resulting into more significant budgetary pressures or potentially even service impacts. It is important to note that recommendations from an inquest are not legally binding, but staff and the city have committed to reviewing each of the recommendations and assessing feasibility of their implementation in the same overall goal to improve safety. Next slide, please. Our initial response to the recommendations was included in this formal report, supported by 2 companion documents. And in these documents, you'll find all of the jury's recommendations and the city's initial action plan, which just provides our initial response to the 41 recommendations that were directed to the city. As indicated in the report, we're still in the process of assessing and analyzing, reviewing all the recommendations in more detail. The inquest was only completed last month, but in that short period of time, and since then, staff have done quite a bit of work. And as I mentioned earlier, in the last 6 years in total, a lot of work has also been completed. Staff will return, I will return in Q3 with a more fulsome report and an update on what's going on with the assessment and the feasibility of implementing all of the recommendations that have been directed towards the city. Transit Services and my team will lead the response for the city-related recommendations, but we're supported by our colleagues in Infrastructure and Water Services, Public Works, Fleet Safety, and Legal Services. We really appreciate the collaborative efforts from our colleagues across the city, and I look forward to this continued approach. Next slide, please. So I'm going to get into the recommendations now. The 60 recommendations were broken down into 8 general themes, which you'll see on the slide here. Please note that these are not listed in any type of order of importance. And the presentation will primarily focus on the recommendations towards the city, but at the end, I will just briefly touch on the other ones that were directed to non-city stakeholders. Next slide, please. So the first theme is guiding principles, and there was only 1 recommendation related to this theme. So I decided to include it here just for ease of reference. And as we know, and as I've said many times, safety is and always will be at the forefront of all decisions that we implement. The role of the Chief Safety Officer at Transit is a commitment to this end, and that is why I'm here with you today. With regards to items A and C, these are already largely in place, with a few more refinements that will be undertaken. Regarding item B, the city is assessing an appropriate system and mechanism to address this recommendation that would be relevant across all city departments. The key here is to really ensure some sort of consistency. That's what the spirit and intent behind this item was. So we're in the process of trying to understand how we could implement this beyond just to transit services. And as Renee mentioned earlier, specifically to item D, our safety KPIs that I presented earlier today will be posted on our website alongside the other recently posted KPIs and will be updated on an ongoing basis. Next slide, please. For theme number 2, there's 2 recommendations related to driver assistant technologies. As we know, the city is always forward thinking. We're always looking to improve safety through new and emerging technologies. This will continue to be our standard practice. One of the ways we achieve this is through our ongoing work and partnerships with external agencies. Staff will continue to work with external benchmarking groups and partners, for example, CUDA and APTA and UITP, to monitor technological advancements in transit that may be applicable to our operations and further enhance safety. Where feasible, both from a budgetary and an operations perspective, staff may look at implementing these new technologies as they emerge. Next slide, please. The next theme is on infrastructure, and this theme contains the most recommendations. So there's a total of 13 recommendations in this category, and it was frequently discussed throughout the inquest. 8 of the recommendations already have several elements already in place. All the details of the recommendations can be found within the staff report, but I thought I'd just highlight a few of some of the key areas in this theme. So these include, but are not limited to, potentially reducing the speed limit to 30 kilometers per hour on approach to the transitway stations, exploring physical countermeasures such as concrete barriers, assessing additional traffic calming measures, and also assessing the installation of radar speed boards. One of the recommendations pertained to snow removal along the transitway, and that has already been completed. It's important to note that some of these infrastructure-related recommendations may have an impact on customer travel times, and this will be included as part of our feasibility assessment of the infrastructure-related recommendations. Next slide, please. This next theme on safety data and collection and analysis, there are 8 recommendations which largely speak the most to, I'll say, safety initiatives and safety programs. During the inquest, these were the topics that were most discussed at length by both witnesses and the external industry experts, both myself as the Chief Safety Officer for OC Transpo and my colleague, Ms. Shari Nurse, who is the Chief Fleet Safety Officer for the municipal fleet, testified as well in this regard. The areas of focus included speeding or telematic programs to help reduce speeding, radar speed enforcement, and one of the most recurring topics that was discussed was operator-facing cameras. While I won't get into too much detail at this time on any of these items, I wanted to remind everyone that some of these practices are already in place in our operations today. So for example, our Special Constable Unit conducts radar speed enforcement on transit property, and we do have a telematics program called GeoTab, and this program is currently in place but is being reviewed with the hope to expand. There is also operator-facing cameras currently installed on the lines 2 and 4 trains, known as LVVR, which is a regulatory requirement from Transport Canada as the Trillium line is federally regulated. The inquest recommendations suggest alignment of these practices from the Trillium line across our conventional bus operations. This would include the development of a robust policy designed to protect the employee's privacy, very similar to what we have in place for the LVVR system. Next slide, please. The next theme is on safety oversight. This category really has an assortment of different recommendations relating to different public safety messaging and promoting different public safety messages for both bus operators and the public. And one of the other recommendations in this category pertains to reviewing driver's license abstracts and working very closely with our colleagues in fleet safety and my training team. This recommendation is very close to being implemented. Next slide, please. Aside from infrastructure, the training theme was the second largest number of recommendations with 12, which was not a surprise given the scope of the inquest. So our new bus operator training program, which we refer to as NBOT, has significantly been enhanced since 2019. Transit Services thanks the Auditor General and their team for their work on the training audit in 2020, which has greatly helped improve the NBOT program. Again, so much has changed in our training program over the last 6 years. Some of the enhancements we implemented at that time was a daily progress reporting policy, which was implemented to support our commitment to safe and effective training delivery. We have a new winter driving training for operators that was updated to ensure that all trainees must return to complete their winter refresher training between November 1st of their graduating year and no later than the 31st of their first year, 31st of January of their first winter of operations as operators. And my team has established and implemented a comprehensive internal audit schedule, which includes conducting quarterly internal audits on the NBOT training program. Some of the inquest recommendations related to training speak to even further enhancements to our mentorship program and our professional skills building training. In addition to further training in the area specifically on human factors, distractions, and familiarity on routes. Aside from these, there's 2 other recommendations not related to the training program, but rather to the delivery of training. These included a potential upgrade of our bus training simulator and introducing a dedicated fleet of buses for our training program. As noted in the report, given the current status of our bus fleet, this last recommendation is not going to be reasonably implemented at this time without significant impacts to service. However, we never allow service to be prioritized over training, and training is still being conducted every single day. And as my colleague Rami mentioned, there is a potential with these, I'll call them new to us buses, that could potentially be used for training. Really, the spirit and intent of the recommendations from the inquest around training was to ensure adequate training on all of our new bus types, so including eventually our new e-buses as well. Next slide, please. And finally, the last recommendation that was directed to the city is about funding. So as noted on the slide, you'll see that 24 of the 41 recommendations could potentially have budget implications, which is why staff are conducting a feasibility assessment. The city will continue to work with all levels of government to seek additional funding, and we're also looking to explore other funding options, potentially grants, for example, to implement some of the recommendations. Next slide, please. So I will just briefly touch on the recommendations that were assigned to non-city stakeholders. So there were 19 recommendations assigned in this category. There was recommendations assigned to the MTO, to the Transportation Safety Board, the TSB, to Transport Canada, as well as to CUDA and OPTA. I'm happy to report that I've already had several meetings myself with both OPTA and CUDA on the recommendations that are directed to their groups. And this work is already bringing about positive safety discussions in the industry that in some cases weren't taking place prior to the inquest. Next slide, please. As you can see, a lot of work has already been completed to date by our staff and by staff across the city. In terms of next steps, my team is working on leading the building out of this action plan in greater detail, and it'll include feasibility, budget implications, any potential barriers to implementation, and any potential impacts on our customer travel times. As part of the 2026 budget process, these recommendations will be considered in parallel, and staff will come back to both the Transit Committee and Council as part of the budget process. Some recommendations are expected to carry either small or medium budget pressures as they're more procedural in nature, while others will need to be assessed further, for example, pressing out from different vendors, seeing what's available in the industry, and costing out of different projects. Where possible, staff will also adopt a phased approach, so this means it might be gradual and done over a series of years to help adjust any budgetary pressure and help with the implementation operationally. Our ultimate goal is to enhance and strengthen our safety culture and our safety practices, including training, and these recommendations will support us in doing so. Next slide, please. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Sabrina, for the presentation. Questions from committee. We'll begin with Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. And I don't really have any questions for you this afternoon. I'm very pleased to see that management across the city have agreed and committed to following through on the actions of the inquiry. And I'm going to resist any temptation as a politician at this point and stage to get in there and start getting into the weeds of what you do. I think that would be irresponsible on the part of committee members. We need to let you do your work. The only high-level urging that I have for you this afternoon is when I read through the recommendations and I read through what the implications are, it's clear that you need breathing room. You need some space. Some of that space is going to be the result of having the financial space to do things. When I take a look at the themes, you need breathing room in your schedules. You need breathing room, financial breathing room to implement technology. You need the breathing room to properly train people so that is always prioritized. You need the breathing room to have the people on the ground to oversee safety at OC Transpo. You need the breathing room to have enforcement officers to enforce traffic and safety rules. You need the breathing room with respect to an adequate number of operators so that when people are being trained, that's not a burden on delivering the service. As we move forward through this process, I would ask you to ask us for that breathing room. Be courageous in that, where you need the space in order to be able to prioritize safety. Ask us for that space, and you'll have my commitment to supporting you in that. That's all I have to say this afternoon. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Leeper. You touched on it on the end, the external organizations to which some of the recommendations are directed, and that you've already been in touch with them. Much like the public inquiry from a few years ago, alongside regular updates we received around the city's progress, staff also provided regular updates about any status of formal response from other levels of government. I just want to ask that as you bring forward the report this fall and going forward, that you share any policy changes that you're aware of, any of those discussions at an appropriate level for this committee, so that we can be apprised of any other changes that are being made nationally, provincially, that would affect OC Transpo. So I think you're going to do that, but I just wanted to emphasize that's important for the committee and for the city as well to have that transparency as to what's going on at other stakeholder organizations as well.
Yes, Chair. Anything that I'm involved with, I will happily report back. I will happily report back to the committee. I have been in touch with both CUDA and Opta, and there's been some progress there. I'll maybe just highlight the biggest difference between the public inquiry is that the coroner's office has reached out to each of the agencies, including the City of Ottawa, and they have to respond to the coroner's office with their plan. So I would imagine that Transport Canada, the TSB, and the MTO will all be doing the same as the city, and I have been collaborating with CUDA and Opta on their recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from committee? I'm seeing none. Thank you for bringing this forward. I also appreciate that this report came to committee as soon as possible after the inquest recommendations were published. I think that's important that we have this quickly, and obviously more work to come over the next few months. So thank you. Is this report? Actually, there's report recommendations. So are the report recommendations carried? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item 5.2. This is OC Transpo's non-fare revenue strategy. Staff do have a presentation they can deliver, but I'm going to suggest, in the interest of time, perhaps we skip the presentation and just go directly to any questions committee may have. Is that all right if we skip the presentation on this? Okay, and it is on file in the counselor folder if anyone wants to refer to that. So 5.2, OC Transpo's non-fare revenue strategy. Are there any questions on this report for staff? Vice Chair Desroches.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to see this come forward, and I think we've been asking for it for some time, and I think it's a sound plan, and I think there's some great opportunities here. Could you just remind us how quickly can you get this going, right? With the, I look at line 2 and we have nothing on the trains. We have stations that have just massive opportunity for advertising, and no one, I think, or very few people should object to this, since when you go to other jurisdictions and other cities around the world, it's quite common to see that. And at the end of the day, this revenue helps us deliver better transit for the taxpayer. So when can we see, in particularly on line 2, some advertising?
Chair, thank you for the question. We are currently at the tail end of the current advertising contract that we have with Pattison. So we are working collaboratively with them to try to move things forward as quickly as possible. In the report, we talked about the importance of establishing a dedicated team, which Justin is the first member of, and then moving immediately to set up a new RFP that gives us, we think, a more advantageous advertising contract that'll allow us to move things forward. So I think we are going to continue with the activities that we're currently doing. We will try to expand as quickly as we can, but a lot of the success that we're hoping to achieve through this strategy comes from capital investments in digitizing the advertising systems within our network, and that can't come until we sign a new contract.
Okay, good. Well, let's get going. It's long overdue, and we need the money, that's for sure. So pleased to hear we're staged to do that. I've raised this before. I live, along with many residents and businesses on the frontier of the city, so the cell phone service does have gaps. And I have been saying at this place and with residents that if there are companies that are interested in putting a cell tower on the Limebank station, on the Bowesville station, these are stations that don't yet have the development around it. And I think there's some clever and creative ways where you can blend them into the look of the station. So are we open for business for that type of infrastructure at the new stations if we do have proponents that would like to put a cell phone tower there?
Sorry, Chair, I missed the last thing that the councillors.
Are we open for business?
Yes.
For cell phone towers at stations, new stations in particular, like Limebank, like Bowesville, and even Leitrim?
So Chair, certainly a main plank of our platform is we don't want to leave any stones unturned. We work collaboratively with other groups within the city, with other parts of the city who can help us to coordinate that. I know my colleague Pat Scrimger has been involved with some discussions with TELUS. So, I don't have details specifically to share about that, but I can say certainly that if someone were to approach us and it were feasible and able to be realized without having an impact on the operations of the transit system, we would certainly be open to explore.
Exactly that, because I think when you talk to our waterworks department, they're less keen on using our water towers and what have you because of some concerns there. But again, if there's you see this all around the world, so you sort of wonder why we can't have it here. So I appreciate that, and it's going to take some interest on behalf of the cell phone companies, and unfortunately, the way it works is that they're going to find the cheapest location, right? We're often not that. So again, I think it's wise of them to get in there as early as possible before those stations start to see development, where they would then have opposition potentially from the residents there. So let's get them in as quickly as possible. And glad to hear we're open for business. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from committee? Not seeing any hands up. All right. Is this report received? Received. Thank you. Okay, then that takes us to item 5.3, Stage 2 Light Rail Transit Project Update.
Chair, we have a slight problem. Justin and Eric Dubé thought that they would be required a little bit later, so they are on their way. But I propose we start. So Richard will start the presentation, and I will help him if it's needed. And as soon as Richard and Eric and Justin will arrive, we'll ask him to continue the presentation if that works for you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour à tous. It's a pleasure to be here today to provide an update on the Stage 2 Light Rail Transit Project. C'est un plaisir d'être ici aujourd'hui pour vous informer de l'avancement.
To be here today to inform you on the phase 2 of the light rail train project.
So to start off with, for the presentation, I'll give an update on progress with the South Extension. I will then hand it over when my colleagues arrive to Jocelyn Daigle and Eric Dubé to provide an update on lines 1 East and West extensions. Next slide, please. So we continue to work with TransitNext to finalize the outstanding works on lines 2 and 4. This includes work on the multi-use pathway between Leitrim and South Quay Station and finalizing landscaping various parts of the system. We are also working on making the required modifications to the locomotive video and voice recorder system, known as the LVVR. We have been working with the equipment provider Wabtec to improve the functionality of this system. Software changes have been made that resolve the poor recording functionality of the microphones within the operator cabs. Final checks are required before this item can be considered closed. Updates have been made to the software for video playback functions and are currently in testing as part of the rollout to the whole fleet later on this summer. Finally, in association with the LVVR, an update by Wabtec that will impact all their similar systems across North America is expected to improve system security protocols. We're expecting full implementation of this system within the next few months. In addition, we have been working to improve the reliability of the passenger information systems for the vehicle and for the platforms. The issue experienced on the Stadler flirts has resulted in freezing of the passenger information and display systems. So that's the screens that provide the next stop information, and also the audible next stop announcement systems, the NSAS. The whole fleet has been impacted for several months, with about 30 events occurring per month. Stadler and the equipment provider, LTG, have tested 4 software patches over the last 4 months. The most recent software upgrade has been tested successfully over the last 2 weeks on 2 trains, and a recommendation is now with OC's Change Control Board to roll out this change to the rest of the Stadler fleet. This change will be monitored, and although there will be a reduction in errors occurring in the system, we do expect that there will be residual deficiencies that will have to be addressed with further software updates. We have also focused the effort of Transit Next to address errors occurring with the platform-based passenger information systems, and this system is now functioning very reliably. There are also 2 elements that the RCP team has been leading to improve safety and reliability of the system. A bearing condition monitoring system has been designed and procured that will provide a daily health check on the axle bearing of all the vehicles. The system is acoustic and will assess the sound of the axles each time a vehicle passes the device near South Keys Station. As the components of an axle bearing begin to wear, vibration increases and the sound emitted changes, and this will be detected by the wayside equipment. This system provides real-time monitoring of the condition of the axle bearings on vehicles and meets Transport Canada requirements. Our team is working to implement this system during the summer when ridership is low. Civil work for conduits and foundations will occur, followed by equipment installation through June, July, and August. Testing and commissioning can follow and can occur without impacting revenue service. And a fully functioning system is expected in Q4 of this year. There will be an extensive period of performance monitoring to understand how the system performs through Ottawa's 4 seasons. An update on the progress of this system and the LVVR I was discussing earlier will be provided to Transport Canada shortly. Work is also proceeding on the conformal frog. A frog is a part of the switch that helps transfer wheels from one track to another. We are currently working with TNEX to find a window of time for this installation that is expected to take place this summer. All remaining work is well underway, and we will continue to work towards final completion this summer. I would also like to stress that none of the outstanding work affects safety-critical systems. With that, I will hand the floor over to Jocelyn for an update on the west and east extensions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my name is Jocelyn Dagg. I'm the Deputy Director with the Rail Construction Program. I'll be walking through the construction update for the east and west extensions of the Confederation Line. Bon après-midi. Nous allons commencer avec un survol du progrès de la
We'll start
construction.
with an overview of the progress of the construction in the west.
Construction is in full swing. full swing rather on all aspects of the project. So from stations to guideway to civil works. As for guideway, construction is progressing very well. We reached a very significant milestone on the project recently in May, and that was installing the last piece of track on the entire project. So this last piece of rail represents 44 kilometers of rail in all that have been installed between the south and the east and the west extensions. Final track work is still ongoing, so that means surfacing, de-stressing of rail, and dressing of ballast. Also in the guideway, OCS installation is ongoing and going well. We have wire pulling underway between Moody and Pinecrest stations. Pole and cantilever installation is ongoing between Lincoln Fields and Algonquin. So now we'll run through the slides. We'll be starting at Westboro Station moving west. So at Westboro Station, canopy steel, concourse glazing, and roof waterproofing are all complete. Inside the station, we're working on framing for the concourse ceiling, installing drywall in service rooms, and waterproofing the stairwell. So next slide, please. This is just a view of that section where that last piece of track went in. So it's by Westboro Station, and again, really an exciting milestone for the project. We can move to the next slide, please. So continuing west, we're at Kitchissippi Station. We have an overview in the top slide that shows us the station looking west. At Kitchissippi Station itself, roofing, ceiling installation, and framing of the soffit and parapet are all ongoing. Inside the station, mechanical and electrical installations are progressing. Next slide, please. So if we move into the Kitchissippi-Mecan Parkway itself, work on the permanent parkway alignment is ongoing. A recent flip opened up additional work areas to advance works. This shifted 2 lanes between Westboro Beach and the future Cleary pedestrian underpass southwards onto the future eastbound lanes. That's what we see here in this photo. So you can see the traffic is currently on the future eastbound lane configuration, where that north area, the future westbound lane, is a construction zone. In general, stage 2 works have been closely coordinated with the National Capital Commission, the NCC. The new signal for the Westboro Beach was commissioned, coinciding with the reopening of the Westboro Beach Pavilion, which was very successful. In this photo as well, we see the parkway at Rochester Fields. We're looking east. Another just interesting aspect is we have the east portal of our cut and cover tunnel that's visible in this photo. If we go to the next slide, please. So just another view of the parkway. Here we see the top side of the photo, the future Cleary pedestrian underpass that we refer to as BR 41 within the parkway. The culvert structure has been installed. Ongoing works include barrier works and some kind of final touches to those retaining walls. At the bottom of the slide, we see Richmond and Cleary intersection, and we'll cover the Richmond Road works a little bit later in the presentation. So next slide, please. Now, if we move into the Parkway Cut and Cover Tunnel, so construction of the tunnel, the structure itself was completed last year. And so now works are happening inside the tunnel where we'll be building out our guideway infrastructure. Inside the tunnel, the track and dry fire line installation are complete. Work is ongoing for the permanent lighting installation, cable pulling in the troughs, and the overhead catenary system, the OCS, which in the tunnel runs through a rigid rail in the ceiling. So we're currently working on installing the brackets there. If we move to the next slide, which is Sherbourne Station, this is one of the 2 stations on Richmond Road. Here works include installation and boarding installation at the platform level as well as service rooms. Concourse cladding and suspended ceiling installation are ongoing. Next slide, please. We have New Orchard Station, which is the 2nd station within Richmond Road. Here we have mechanical and electrical works ongoing, along with some cladding and framing. The next photo shows us the interior of the station. So on the left, we see the station entrance, or the future station entrance, I should say. And on the right-hand side, these are sort of a view of the interior works, including the framing of the elevator shaft. Next slide, please. So now if we move into the Revitalizing Richmond Road project, the project itself is progressing well. This project replaces over 3 kilometers of aging underground utilities and rebuilds the road to include more active transportation infrastructure. Before sort of proceeding with the construction update, we do want to first recognize that this type of work is impactful to local residents and to local businesses. We ask for their continued patience as we continue to advance this important renewal project. This work will ensure that Richmond Road and Byron Avenue provide the necessary connectivity to the stations in the area, so New Orchard Station and Sherbourne Station, for all residents while renewing critical municipal infrastructure. So to progress works, a new traffic configuration was implemented in May. This reopened Richmond Road to its final alignment from McEwen, which is the intersection we see here in this photo, eastwards to Richardson. And we've opened up another area of work, which required a closure of the intersection of Richmond and New Orchard. We can move to the next slide. So another view of the Richmond Road project. Here we see the intersection of Richmond and Woodruff. A new traffic configuration, which includes a temporary closure of a portion of Woodruff immediately north of Richmond Road, is expected to be implemented this summer. And this will allow for the installation of a new sanitary sewer that's at quite a deep depth, and it's right in the middle of the road. And that will, part of the scope will also bring the north portion of the intersection to its finished state. So the idea is that this will be disruptive for several months, but then it should be in its sort of final configuration. Detour routes will be in place for the duration of the work, and the notification process for the community has begun. If we move to the next slide, please, we have guideway progress. Here we see that the guideway progress, it's a view of the guideway north of Lincoln Fields. At this location, we can see tracks are in, the OCS infrastructure has been installed. In the distance as well, you can see the west portal of the Parkway Cut and Cover Tunnel beneath Richmond Road. Moving to the next slide, we get into Lincoln Fields Station. So to the east of the station, work is ongoing to construct a permanent bus loop. Interior, on the inside of the station, Lincoln Fields is one of our most progressed stations in the west. It's also the first station to have received fare gates installed, which we can see in the photo here on the left. On the right, we can see one of the 3 platforms at Lincoln Fields Station. The station is a key transfer point where you can either continue westwards on line 1 out to Moody, or you can transfer to line 3 and head south to Algonquin Station. With the rail finalized in this area, construction at the platform topping slab is now ongoing. If we move to the next slide, Iris Station. Construction staging at Iris Station is very complex. We've sort of touched on it previously, but to reiterate, this station is located at the intersection of the guideway of Iris Street and as well as an existing creek, Pinecrest Creek. So in this photo, we can see the station to the right. There's a little bit of a view of the remnant creek. To the left is the newly diverted creek. And current works at the station include grading for a permanent MUP. If we move to the next photo with the interior of Iris Station, testing commissioning is ongoing as well as deficiency closeout. Remaining signage installation continues. And in the photo here, we can see where the ticket vending machines and the fare gates will soon be installed. Our next slide is Algonquin Station. This is our second most advanced station. Here, the construction of the pedestrian bridge continues. So that includes glazing installation and tie-in works to Algonquin College. Inside the station's ceiling installation and mechanical electrical works are ongoing. Around the station, works continue on the permanent park and ride and on the permanent bus loop. Our next slide, please. Queensview Station. This is our third most advanced station. Here we have ceiling installation for the pedestrian bridge is ongoing and flashing installation is nearly complete. Next slide, please, for the interior. Mechanical and electrical works are ongoing. Testing and commissioning for the buildings are ongoing as well, along with deficiency closeout. Moving to the next station westwards, we have Pinecrest. The Pinecrest Northwest ramp is currently closed, and that is to complete construction of the full width permanent ramp. Outside the station, works continue on the permanent Pinecrest bus loop, which is what we can see here in this photo. Next slide, please, for the interior of Pinecrest Station. Testing and commissioning of the station building, along with work to address final deficiencies, are ongoing. We see wayfinding signage installed as well, so really the inside of the stations are looking more and more final. If we move to the next slide on our overhead catenary progress, so OCS installation is in full swing. Driving along the highway, you can now see completed OCS installation from the light maintenance storage facility all the way through to Bayshore. Work is continuing. Apologies.
It's a little bit closer.
Absolutely. Yes, this is better. Thank you. Work is continuing towards Lincoln Fields, and this photo we see is located just west of Bayshore. If we move on to Bayshore Station as our next, At Bayshore Station, mechanical and electrical finishes for the pedestrian tunnel continue along with elevator work. Preparations are underway to stage the bus loop for construction of the permanent bus loop later this season. Our next slide, we show the interior of Bayshore Station. Here we have cladding and fireproofing of the pedestrian bridge, which are complete. And what's nice to see here is we can see the OCS has been fully pulled through the station, and the rail and the platform edges are all complete. So it's really coming along. Next station is Moody. At Moody Station, mechanical and electrical finishing work and remaining elevator adjustments are ongoing. We're addressing deficiencies, and we've also started construction of the bus loop, which you can see in this photo, the civil works on the left. Next photo, we have the interior of Moody Station. We're working on mechanical and electrical finishes, some elevator adjustments, and just general deficiency closeout. We continue west to Corkstown Yard light maintenance facility, storage facility. Infrastructure for the guideway here is largely complete. Safety gate verifications are ongoing to energize the yard and progress train testing. Again, this is the location where we took that proactive measure to send over some trains in advance of having our track connectivity. Civil work between the buildings and Corkstown Road is still being finalized, or is currently being finalized. If we move on to our next slide, we have our overview of upcoming West activities. So for this summer, train testing will progress from the light maintenance storage facility to Moody Station. This summer as well, we'll complete the installation of the rail infrastructure. So the rail itself, has been installed, but we're still doing those final track works that we mentioned earlier. Ongoing activities include installation of overhead catenary systems along the main line, as well cable pulling in the tunnel of our Parkway Tunnel. At the same location, installation of tunnel ventilation systems. And as well, we have revitalizing Richmond Road project, which will continue. Next slide, we'll develop a little bit further the activities to come in the vicinity of Richmond Road. So we have that final alignment that we've achieved from McEwen to Richardson. This year, we'll continue to work on utility work and road work, specifically on Richmond Road. We have that closure that we mentioned as well that will be coming up on Woodruff Avenue for approximately 3 months period starting later this summer. Next year, we'll sort of shift our construction activities to Byron Avenue as well as Richmond. And the following year, the focus will really be the park, Byron Linear Park, and landscaping. So next slide, please. If we look as generally speaking on the traffic and mobility front, along the 417 corridor, staging has closed the Pinecrest Northwest on-ramp and the Richmond East North-South off-ramp. These are both expected to reopen later this summer. Additional ramp impacts are expected at Holly Acres and Moody to continue to advance construction. And as well, we have lane impacts, which are anticipated on Richmond Road near Bayshore, and lane shifts along the main line of the Highway 417, either later this fall or later this year. If we move into the next slide of continued traffic and mobility impacts in the west. So elsewhere along the west alignment, active and upcoming staging will continue to advance the project. This includes some impacts along Corkstown Road and the intersection of Corkstown and Moody. The KZM Parkway remains in a one-lane per direction configuration in that segment between Westboro Beach and the future Cleary Underground pedestrian crossing. Along Richmond Road, the intersection at New Orchard is currently closed, and we have that future closure coming up at Woodruff. And if we move to the next slide, please, on our overview of timeline, there haven't been many changes since our last committee meeting. So our first line item, we have Moody Light Maintenance Facility, which we're looking to complete around Q3 of this year. Parkway Tunnel construction will continue to the end of this year. Completion of track and systems installation overall is projected to finish around Q2 of 2026. As for systems commissioning, that would continue into Q3 of 2026. And operations and maintenance training will continue through the end of next year. A reminder that Confederation Line is different from Trillium in that we achieve substantial completion with our constructor, East-West constructor, before we move into trial running. And Richard will touch on that a little bit later on the kind of east pathway to revenue service. But we are looking at that, achieving that handover, that substantial completion towards the end of 2026, followed by trial running and then trial operations. We'll continue to provide updates in future meetings. If we move on to our next slide, so now we're in the east extension. Pour ce qui est de la construction dans l'est, on a toujours du bon
For the
progrès.
east end, we also have very good progress.
Focusing on deficiency closeout, so that includes items such as ballast replacement and signage adjustments. Train testing continues along the alignment, and operator training is slated to start later this summer. Civil works are in full swing, especially with the good weather upon us, so we have flat works, paving, and landscaping actively underway. As for stations, the physical station construction is largely complete, and works are mainly focused on the system side and testing and commissioning. So some updates since our last meeting include all communication system devices have been installed. Communication systems testing continues. Our TSSA, or Technical Standards and Safety Authority certifications, have been obtained for all elevators and all escalators, and all ticket mending machines have been installed. So we are actively working through the process with Building Code Services to obtain our occupancy permits and Ottawa Fire Services to obtain our fire life safety approvals. Final permits and approvals do require system integration at the head end, which my colleague Eric Dubé will explain a little bit further in further detail in the next section. In the meantime, to continue to advance progress on site, we're really focused on performing local tests at each station and getting interim approvals, which are mainly centered around mechanical and electrical systems. So if we move through our slides, if we can move into Montreal Station, we'll start at Montreal and we'll work eastwards. Final works and deficiency closeout are ongoing. The 174 westbound lanes have been shifted in this photo. You can sort of see them on the right-hand side where we've regained the right-hand shoulder there. So this is final alignment, but with final paving still to come. Paving works are forecasted this weekend. I know there was a question on this earlier on, and so this weekend we can confirm that there will be no full closures at Montreal for the exact reason that was brought up to maintain bus route 24 connectivity. There is the possibility there'd be full closures in the future, but with working through with OC on what the routing would look like in advance notification. Just little updates as well at the station. We have bike racks outside of the station have been installed, and we're working on bus shelter finishes. If we move to the next photo, we have a view of our platform. So you can really see that this is looking like a final station. Pedestrian information display installation is commencing later in June. If we move on to Jeanne d'Arc Station, deficiency closeout is ongoing. Top lift paving was done on Jeanne d'Arc. And so that put really the bulk of the work behind us as far as the civil piece of Jeanne d'Arc and the associated ramps. There are some final work still ongoing, including median fencing and MUP completion. A note as well that the adjacent project to the north of us, the roundabout project, is still ongoing. If we move into our next photo, which is the concourse level, in this photo we see fare gates and wayfinding signage installed, and really the interior finish work wrapping up. Next station, we have Convent Glen. We're completing flat works. You can see as well on the right-hand side that some of the civil works have been completed around the TPSS, or the traction power substation. Our next photo rather, or slide, is Convent Glen. This is our station entrance. We're really focusing on deficiency closeout as we wrap up at this location. Next slide, we have Place d'Orleans. Here, we're working on the flatworks, in particular at the South Station entrance. So the flatworks are completed, and bus loop paving is to start later this month as we transition into final configuration by the South Station. Works are scheduled as well for the intersection of Place d'Orleans Drive and Champlain Street later this summer. If we move into the next slide, we have a view of the interior of Place d'Orleans. We can see again that wayfinding signage is up. We're just closing up some of those walls and the framing there on the right-hand side, but really coming together. Our next slide, we have Trim Station and Park and Ride. We do, I want to mention that the park and ride paving and sidewalk curbs are nearing completion. A large part of that park and ride is actively in use at this time. There's some work continuing on the roundabout in sort of the top right-hand part of the slide. There's new paving in place and line painting is ongoing. Landscaping works are ongoing, and we've also done some improved high rail access for operations and maintenance just east of Trim Station. Our next slide is the interior of Trim Station. Here, works are progressing very well. We do want to sort of really celebrate this past weekend. We hosted a very successful Doors Open Ottawa event at the station. It was an opportunity to give residents a sneak peek at the station and the trains. We had a great turnout with nearly 800 people coming through to check out the station progress. And now if we move to the next slide, please, we have our overview of upcoming East activities. So Q2 paving Jeanne d'Arc Boulevard, that's actually completed and behind us. Q3 implementation of new head end equipment. As well, in that same quarter, we're going to be installing pedestrian crossings at 4 locations on 174 ramps. We'll be completing the trim park and ride. We'll be getting our occupancy permits in hand. At around the same time, we'll be completing our MUPs along portions of the 174 and completing as well train testing and operator training. So next slide, please. As far as the traffic and mobility impacts, we do want to recognize that building a guideway and stations in the middle of a highway has been impactful to residents and commuters in the East End. We truly appreciate residents' patience as we complete roadworks this year and look ahead to final highway realignment after revenue service. So we currently have the 174 in final alignment in the eastbound direction from Champlain to Trim. This year, we'll be working in that same location from Champlain to Trim on the final top lift paving in the westbound direction. It's slated to start in July and continue with intermittent weekend closures throughout the construction season. West of Champlain, final alignment is contingent on first having revenue service in the east extension. At Montreal Road, we have the upcoming works we sort of touched on this weekend, and there'll be some closures on the road and the ramps, but again, no full closure. Jeanne d'Arc, we really have the bulk of the closures behind us with that final paving work that was done a few weekends ago. There will be some really short-term single lane closures, but the bulk is behind us. If we move on to our next slide with continued mobility impacts, Orleans, we have some small closures to come, no major works remaining at that location. And at Champlain, some of the main works are really going to be around the intersection of Place d'Orleans Drive and Champlain as we work in that intersection starting in July. And now for our next slide, please, our overview of the East timeline. So systems installation, the devices are really all installed. So that's Q2 and that's more or less behind us. Next, we're going to be completing the systems commissioning. That'll be into Q3 of this year, along with operations and maintenance training. We have that handover or sort of substantial completion piece with our constructor slated for Q3. That will be followed by trial running and trial operations. Again, just that note that we will have ongoing roadworks along the 174 beyond revenue service. So lastly, we have just a vehicle update. Currently, 27 of the 38 light rail vehicles for Stage 2 fleet have been delivered and accepted by the city. 5 additional vehicles are in production and/or testing, and the remaining 6 are awaiting production. The light rail vehicles are currently, the most important note here is that they are on track to meet trial running and operational requirements for the East Extension. Donc, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais laisser la
Thank you very
parole
much,
à
Mr. Chair. And I'll give the floor to my colleague, Mr. Dubé, who will talk about the migration to production, the head-end system, as we call it.
Thank you very much, Justin. Mr. Chairman. Donc, je suis heureux d'avoir l'occasion
I am pleased to have the opportunity to present our approach and details and migration from test environment to production.
Next slide. So first question is, what is the head end? The head end is a collection of servers, networking equipment, workstations, where data from the various field devices and system is collected, processed, stored, and made readily available for the line controllers who manage and react to the activities on the line. So it's a critical system for them. The various systems that feed into the head end include systems that you would be familiar with, including CCTV cameras, passenger displays, door access control devices. But there are also other systems that are less visible, including SCADA, fire detection, building management systems, and so on. In total, there's about 10 systems feeding into the head end. The city is also responsible for the integration scope of the Stage 1 vehicles and the high-speed data radio system. The high-speed data radio system is a wireless communication system that allows communicating with the train at the station. So that's the city scope. In order to minimize disruption and downtime for line one, the approach we've taken is to copy the existing stage one software and equipment and replicate it into an isolated environment, which is only connected to the east devices and systems. This is what we refer to as the head-end test environment. What this allows is the testing or the independent testing of all east equipment, devices, cameras, PIDs, all the systems prior to integrating it with line one, with the aim of always minimizing disruption to passengers. Next slide. To further illustrate our approach, you can see the diagram on the left showing stage one in a segregated environment, which represents the stations on line one and the various stage one system that I spoke to before. On the right is the segregated network of the Confed East line where we've done all the testing. So those are two separate networks here. We've now completed both phase 1 and 2 described above, which are the testing of the devices in the field, as well as phase 2, which is the testing of the field devices back to the head-end test environment. So that work is complete. Next slide. So we are currently in the third phase of the approach, which is a very critical and complex phase of the program. We've started the migration process into production of some of the systems on stage 2 in the east. Next slide. So some key elements in our migration approach are that TNC on the east has to be fully completed prior to migration. We want to minimize any changes after, so all the testing has to be complete. And that is currently done. We've also implemented a gated approach to the migration process to minimize risk and minimize line one disruption to passengers as much as possible by maximizing the work to occur during engineering hours or extended engineering hours. Any service impact will be communicated well in advance. However, some of the integration work is very complex, such as the SCADA integration, and will require longer closures. And there's one currently planned for end of July. To give a sense of the integration work, there are over 360 CCTV cameras, 140 doors, 750 SCADA monitoring points that has to be integrated. And this is only for 3 systems, and we have over 10 systems. Next slide. On this final slide, this diagram illustrates the gates that we are using for the migration that we are following. It is a 5-gate process to migrate the 10 systems and this also includes the system-wide integration tests. Gate 1 is complete, was successful, and in the second half of June, we'll be going through our Gate 2, which includes the migration of 5 systems, so very shortly. Gate 3 is planned for later in July, a key migration step involving critical software on the vehicle integration test, and will require a longer closure. Gate 4, mid-August, extended engineering hours, and Gate 5 is when the various systems will be fully migrated and will be able to be used by operations. After that, then it'll move on to trial running or substantial completion, trial running, and so on. Thank you. That is all I had. I think Richard, I'm going to pass over to my colleague Richard.
Okay, thank you, Eric, and thank you, Jocelyn. Before we conclude, I want to take a few moments to highlight the steps on the path to revenue service for the O-Train Line 1 East Extension. Next slide, please. So on this slide are the major milestones towards the path to revenue service. So councillors will be familiar with the format. It's a similar format to the one that we had for lines 2 and 4. However, there is a reordering of some of these key milestones. So we are currently in the testing and commissioning phase, and as Eric has outlined, this is an iterative, complex process that must be carefully coordinated as we connect systems to the existing line 1. Our priority is always ensuring safety and minimizing impacts to customers. This is a critical step which will lead into substantial completion. Unlike the O-Train South extension, substantial completion is a contractual milestone marking the completion by EWC of their design-build responsibilities. It does not mean we are ready for passenger service. Once we've achieved substantial completion, we'll be ready to begin pre-trial running and then move into trial running activities. This will be followed by safety approvals and preparations for revenue service. Overall, we're making good progress, but it's important that we take our time and follow all the necessary steps to ensure we have a successful launch, as we recently experienced with lines 2 and 4. Trial running is anticipated to begin in the fall, and the system is projected to open to the public in Q4 2025. As Renee mentioned, we will hold technical briefings to provide additional details and information on the major milestones that you see outlined on this slide. Regular progress updates are also shared via OC Transpo's communication channels. This concludes the Stage 2 presentation, and our team is here to answer any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we'll proceed. Merci pour la présentation.
Well, thank you
Excellent,
for your
excellent.
presentation.
We'll proceed to questions with Conseiller Tierney.
Merci. Thank you very much for the presentation today. This is exciting news. I coach it with, some concern, obviously. We want to promise less, deliver more. We've all learned this. I look at a couple of things. First of all, I want to thank you. So the weekend closure, it's okay to tell people, look, you can stop panicking. You'll be able to go under the highway now at a minimum. What does the rest of it look like? Are the ramps still going to be closed? I'm just trying to figure all this component out, because the major concern was under the highway because of obviously the bus that goes under there, plus the disconnect from 2 communities. So if you could just elaborate just a little bit, please.
Yes, thank you for the question. So in the past, we have done full closures of Montreal Road, and there wasn't the impact of this new bus route, right? That's been flagged, the bus route 24. So that is the reason why we've done changes to the plan for this weekend. I would say the exact extent of those changes is actively being worked on by the team, but we can confirm that there will be at least 1 lane in each direction available along Montreal Road through the weekend. Ramp closures may still continue. There will likely still be some closures along Montreal, but there will be that ability to get through traffic on reduced lanes.
This is great news, and thank you for listening. I truly think this is a good collaborative component here. So at minimum, we'll see at least 1 lane either way. More details to come before the weekend, and we'll ensure that it gets out to the community. Yes?
If I can give one clarification, there's the possibility that overnight there would be closures. Full closures, is that fair? But no daytime closures.
Yes, so I look forward to the plan on that, because there's lots of people that play soccer at the Hornet's Nest, which is literally 2 minutes up the road, but it's 45 minutes to go all the way around, and it's soccer season. And plus the bus, now that it's operating out there, people are actually taking the bus to go to the Hornet's Nest, which is good news. But if they can't do that, that becomes problematic. So thank you. Is that a fair assessment?
Absolutely. I was a Gloucester Hornet when I first moved to.
Hey, there you go.
Great.
Great. Thank you.
And we'll give clarification by tomorrow latest on what the exact extent will be for the weekend.
Wonderful news. This is great. And when it comes to the actual launch and the stages, again, very exciting news. I'll be sure to get the information out there. Of course, promise less, deliver more. Definitely towards the end of the year, we'll see something. That train testing will take place. Most likely it'll be fair revenue. You're saying Q4. I'm not gonna say that. I've been spitballing with some colleagues. I'm thinking it's probably going to be February 2026, but regardless if it's earlier, that's gravy. I just want to thank you for getting all that information out there. It's really critical to the East End. I think this is the game-changing component for Spoke and Hub. And we see all the beautiful stops, we see everything illuminated, and we're ready to roll. So that's it. Very positive today. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. When we first when this term first started, like news like this seemed like forever away. So it's kind of, you know, despite the unknowns, it's kind of nice that we're getting to a point where we can say things like it's close, but right. So I'm going to focus on the West End because that's the best end. So in the in one of your photos, Westboro Station, I noticed that the track is built the same way as it is, you know, east of Tunney's pasture, where it's on concrete and then on the little risers. During testing, and I think in the early days of Line 1 operating, there were some noise complaints. There were some complaints about the noise and the type of noise that was coming from there, and then some dampers were added into the track. I think between the two tracks and as well as on the side. In the photos at Westboro Station, like they're not there. Are they going to be there? And then if not, do you foresee similar complaints that might necessitate that sort of remedy?
Okay, thank you, Chair, for the question. I'm familiar with the work that was done further to the east on the stage 1, kind of east of Tunney's pasture, and we did have a sensitive receiver there, so there was a tower block where residents were able to look right down into the system, and in the winter it was not a problem, but certainly in the summer when people had their windows open, there were many complaints about the noise coming from the system, and so improvements were made. I think there were a number of measures that were taken within the track, within the guideway, to absorb the sound and reduce the vibration. In the section that you're talking about at Westboro, I would need to take that away and come back to you to determine exactly what's included in the design at this point. I don't think currently we have the same kind of sensitive receiver that is right adjacent to the guideway. I will need to take away exactly what is the type of brackets that are used for fastening the rail to the concrete. But it's the kind of situation where we would monitor as we go into service. And if there are complaints, you know, we have measures, we have tools where we could step in to do some retroactive work. I mean, that's not ideal. We would rather do it in advance, but we also we have that ability.
Yeah, no, that's what and yeah, it was just drawing from that experience to see if there would be. So I'm glad all of that is there and in place and possibly well, and is being monitored. Moving on to the vehicles, the stage 1 versus stage 2 vehicles. I think in the past you've noted that there are enough vehicles to launch the eastern extension with no issue. For a while we were solving some of the issues on our stage 1 vehicles, we had sort of pushed the stage 2 vehicles into service early, I think. And so I've asked a number of questions about like overall vehicle availability, like in 2 years when the western extension opens as well. So have the issues that sort of required the stage 2 vehicles to be pushed into service a little earlier been mostly remedied at least, and are we still sort of on track towards having a sufficient number of vehicles for the full line? I mean, it is 2 years away, so it might be too early to answer, but
yeah, thank you, Chair, for the question. In response to the concern or the statement that stage 2 vehicles were pushed into service early, I think I'd have to defer that particular point to Troy. I'm not aware that we've made that kind of connection that we've had to push stage 2 vehicles into service early. They have gone through the same kind of testing and commissioning and burn-in periods as we went through on stage 1.
Yeah, no, with regards to the stage 2 vehicles, it's in the best interest for these vehicles to be moving. The last thing you want is a vehicle to be put together and constructed and then it sits for years at a time. So it's in our best interest for those vehicles to be moving. But there's no doubt that our team has benefited from a high spare ratio, right? There's been extra vehicles and that's allowed them to deal with some of these reliability challenges. In the early days, that would have had more of an impact on service. But we've seen significant improvements in their reliability and their maintenance regime. But ultimately, there is still some outstanding issues like the axle bearing issue that we talk about quite a bit. We're in a good state with the fleet in terms of the east expansion, and they're making good progress towards the west. But we need to keep the pressure on our maintainer to make sure that when we do have that west extension in place and all those vehicles need to be used, that they are able to keep up with their maintenance practices. The other thing that works to it gives us a little bit of comfort in the short term is that that ridership is lower. So our service plan isn't necessarily won't necessarily call for every single vehicle. We'd love to see ridership continue to increase, and then we do need them all. But that does give us at least some flexibility in the short term. But we're in a much better state, but we need to keep that pressure on with our maintainer. We need to resolve those outstanding issues. But largely the early day reliability issues that we experienced, they've largely been resolved.
Okay. I think the correct question wouldn't have been the stage 2 vehicles being pushed into service early. I think I should have said something like we were relying on the stage 2 vehicles to permit extra maintenance to stage 1. So apologize for that. Thanks for the clarity. Is it too early to ask if a service arrangement for lines 1 and 3 have been determined? In terms of are they going to overlap the whole way to trim? Or is there going to be a transfer required at some point? Or is it, I know it's again, it's quite early.
Councillor, I think I know I think your answer is you're asking is, will all the trains run from Tunney's pasture to Trim at all times?
Moody and Baseline, Algonquin.
So at this point, we know our service plan for the east extension. I don't think it's been fully mapped out for the west extension at this point. Originally, we were looking at for the east extension having certain trains turn back at Blair Station, but at this point in time, our operating plan would have all trains going from Tunney's pasture right out to Trim. But I looked to Pat to see if we've mapped out the west extension yet.
Mr. Chair, we have some early sketches of what the service would look like with the west extension open, but we haven't got close to finalizing that, as ridership levels could change between now and the months before it opens.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's it. I mean, last comment is some underground photos at Algonquin Station would be nice. But that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. During the Line 1 update this morning, we heard that the catenary system was being upgraded. There were, I think, 3 locations cited by staff, 2 around Lee Station, which had been struck by lightning. The lines now for the extended sections, both east and west, has the catenary system taken into consideration some of the challenges we've had to date with the first phase of Line 1? Is it a stronger system in this regard? There are still areas where lightning strikes are possible. So I want to have some reassurance that this has been considered.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So we can confirm that the approach by the design builder, EWC, for the stage 2 catenary system was really quite different to the approach that was adopted during stage 1 construction. So as part of the stage 2 catenary system, there will be no parafills. So they're following, a very similar structure for we call it the jewelry. So the towers, the supporting rods, the insulation that is provided, it'll be very similar that you would see on a commuting rail or a freight system that operates kind of class 1 vehicles. So I'm cautious about saying it's more robust, but it's a different design. We will not have the same issues that we had on stage 1 with parafill failures, because there are no parafill cords that are part of the structure.
Excellent. Thank you for that information. For the east and the west estimated opening dates, how close are we from our original estimates?
Chair, if I'm not mistaken, the east was planned to be opened Q1 this year. This is very, very a very late update that we provide here. I think it was 2 years ago. And for the West, it was supposed to be end of 2026, first quarter 2027.
And what are estimated opening dates now for both?
For the East Chair, it's Q4 this year. And for the West, it's 2027.
Okay, thank you. Just one thing I want to raise about, there was some major construction work on Richmond Road a month ago. I think it was Mother's Day weekend. I was in the vicinity. I came westbound from Woodruff, and I'm very aware of the road conditions and the detours through Ambleside and coming back to Richmond. But what happened after that detour is you couldn't go west. You couldn't go past the transit way to go westbound. You had to go all the way back without any signage to Carling and come back through the west side of Richmond to come down. And I went to my destination, but I noticed on the other side, there was no signage at all telling motorists the road was closed. Everyone had to come all the way down and then go all the way back. So I can understand the frustration, but I just wanted to point that out, that particular weekend in that area was very, very challenging. And finally, very good to hear as we get closer that technical briefings are being scheduled or planned. Sometimes we get notice, like with 1 or 2 days notice. Can you please give us notice a little more than 1 or 2 days in advance of when a technical briefing is being held? That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the update. As you know, the West End is very, very affected by construction. As has just been pointed out, it's been almost nightmarish for many, and particularly for the businesses along that route who are losing customers because of the detours that are needed. We know it's necessary work, it's important work. It's not part of the train work. It's a project that's been added on the complete street for Richmond Road. And we're having a meeting tonight with local residents on the closure of Woodruff at Richmond, below Richmond, which will be huge impact on the residents because they won't have any exit except the Kitchissippi Mecan, which is only one way because you can't turn left on it from Woodruff. So I'm just pointing out after many, many years of construction, we're still facing major problems for the residents and how much they've endured. I just want some comments on how we can help out because this has been so hard. I'm hearing all the time of the impact this is having on residents and particularly the small businesses in the area. And they're suffering. They're all suffering. So I just have to bring that to light. And the fact that we're going to have 2 more years before we see it open, I don't know if anyone can fathom how difficult this has been.
Thank you, Chair, for the comments and for the question and the observations. And we absolutely do sympathise with the communities in your area, Councillor Kavanagh. It has been an extremely difficult several years because of the amount of construction, the amount of change that occurs over a period of several months, and it is ongoing. In terms of what our office continually tries to do, despite the comments provided earlier, where clearly there was not enough signage provided. We do try and provide sufficient signage through planning and through consultation with your team and with the community associations. We try and mitigate the impacts as much as possible with detours when we can. We try and provide as much advance notification of changes that are occurring. We are supportive of meetings within the community, and we know that those meetings can be very challenging for all members of both city staff and your team, Councillor Kavanagh. I know that there is a meeting tonight, and we'll be there to support with technical information and justification the kind of changes that are being planned, and we'll be able to talk about the mitigations and get into the detail of the durations of that work. In terms of maybe some of the other details, maybe I'll offer it up to my colleague Jocelyn to maybe get into a little bit more detail of how we work with the community associations and the measures and mitigations that we have in place.
Yes, thanks again for the question and the concerns. Just to add to what Richard mentioned, there's definitely active engagement happening with the ward, with the residents, with the businesses. So just this week, there was an event on Monday focused on the businesses that will be affected by that closure on Woodruff. And then this evening, as mentioned, there will be another sort of event to discuss some of the details. And just on the access, which is certainly a concern for residents in the area, there is a proposed mitigation, and that will be brought forward this evening. And we are hoping that will help alleviate at least some of the concerns that were brought up of not having an option beyond just the parkway.
I appreciate it. I think the biggest problem is the lack of notice. This is so short notice for such a major change. And going forward, we have to do better telling people that a major artery is going to be closed, that is a major route to get downtown everywhere. It's usually clogged with cars, and it's going to be entirely closed and very, very difficult for the community. What if they had major plans during that period of time? I'm only imagining the concerns. We do need to do better to get that information out to the community early, to let them know, because it's so impactful. So that's what I'm asking, and obviously do what we can to mitigate the problems. Thank you.
We'll take that away, absolutely. The notice period, just to mention as well, we're also trying to balance the impacts and preferring to try to have these works take place in the summer where there's less traffic than in the middle of the school year. So there's sort of constraints on all ends, but absolutely we'll do everything we can to improve notice moving forward.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. I'll try to keep it brief. I know we've got a 3 o'clock. The noise mitigation measures that Councillor Lowe was referring to, Richard, are the flat panels. If you go to Carruthers and just look down into the trench, there's a concrete floor. It was very loud. The sound was echoing off the train in the trench, and there are apartment towers immediately. So they put flat panels down that made an immediate difference, and it's no longer an issue. The residents in the West End, as you approach, say, the Metropole, for example, are very keen to see the same mitigation put in place. I thought we had a commitment to do that, but it sounds now like you're going to monitor it. My encouragement would be to put those panels in from day one, but obviously I can't tell you what to do. So the question I had, though, is early in the presentation, and I'm sorry I didn't write down the slide number, it sounds like one of the deficiencies relates to the security protocols. And I'm sorry I didn't write it down.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That was just a couple of comments in relation to the noise abatement plans. So I need to go away and check exactly what's included in the design for that area around Westborough Station. It may be that we have those noise abatement plans and we're expecting to put in those pads. I'm just not sure. I need to take that away.
The last we heard was no,
Yeah.
so.
Okay, so I'll take that away. And then in relation to the earlier slide, it was a discussion about the LVVR. And so there are a number of components that are detailed in a Transport Canada regulation that we have to follow. And when I talked about a security protocol, that's kind of just a general term, but the specifics are that when somebody accesses the data recording and wants to go back to view an incident that has occurred, which is the whole purpose of the LVVR, the regulations require that there'd be an electronic signature associated with every access. So right now, the system does not provide an electronic signature. We monitor the access to the system and we track it and record it manually. So that's our mitigation. But in terms of how the system functions, WABTEC is aware of the issue. They have, as I mentioned, like a system, a North American-wide software update that they need to provide for these kind of systems so that we will have that electronic signature. So that's a little bit more detail on what I meant when I talked about security protocol.
No, I appreciate that additional detail. That's very boring, actually. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Oh, Madame Amouko?
Yes, Chair, if I may, and probably Richard said that, but it's important to say that we had an extension from Transport Canada to resolve that, and now we will need to add for another extension because we struggle to achieve that. But I want to acknowledge as well, this is brand new for us, so it's new. So we are learning at the same time that we are implementing things, but we are following everything, and we will need to make sure that Transport Canada is on board with us.
I think that is it for questions on this item. Any other questions? Is this report received? Received. Thank you for the update and good luck with the upcoming work in the next few weeks. Okay, we have no in-camera items today. We do have a motion, notice of which was given at the last meeting from Councillor Hill, Confederation LRT lines temporary speed restrictions, and there's been a bit of a change to the therefore be it resolved.
There has.
That I think Vice Chair DeRoche was ready to read.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move on behalf of Councillor Hill. This amendment, therefore be it resolved that Transit Committee direct staff to hold a technical briefing for members of council prior to removing temporary speed restrictions from the Confederation line to provide an update on the status of measures currently in place to monitor or mitigate measures with the axle bearings of the O-Train light rail vehicles and progress towards a permanent solution for the axle bearing issue.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Are there any questions on that from committee members? Did staff want to comment, or you're okay with as written?
Chair, we are okay with that. Thank you very much.
Okay, is that carried then? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we have several notices of motion. Councillor Lowe on bus donations.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas the Canadian Transit Heritage Foundation is a national organization supporting and celebrating Canada's transit heritage, and whereas the Canadian Transit Heritage Foundation is a registered nonprofit charitable corporation, and whereas the Canadian Transit Heritage Foundation, I really should have shortened that, sorry, is seeking the donation of a decommissioned OC Transpo bus to preserve Ottawa's transit history, and whereas OC Transpo will be decommissioning bus number 4426 due to its age, and whereas the scrap metal value of a decommissioned bus is between $4,000 to $5,000, and whereas Section 41, Item 4 of the City's Procurement Bylaw 2000-50 as amended states that the sale of surplus furniture, vehicles, equipment, stock, supplies, and other goods and materials shall be made to the highest responsive bidder, and the sale shall be made in accordance with the provisions of this bylaw where applicable. Whereas Ottawa City Council has previously waived this provision in order to donate surplus vehicles such as ambulances to specific causes or organizations. And whereas the city's disposal of fleet vehicles and equipment policy includes the following provision on donation, quote, through donation to an eligible person, group, or body where council considers a donation to be in the interest of the city as set out in the Municipal Act. This option is initiated by a sponsoring councillor. The report or motion brought forward to committee, transit commission, or council must waive section 41, item 4 of the procurement bylaw to allow the donation, unquote. Therefore, be it resolved that Transit Committee recommend council direct OC Transpo staff to donate bus number 4426 to the CTHF once it has become decommissioned, and that council approve the waiver of section 41, item 4 of bylaw 2000-50 as amended to permit the donation of bus 4426 to the CTHF with the lost residual value funded from the transit services account for 407005-2001-10.
Okay, and I think Councillor Lowe, you have another notice of motion, Hearts Desire and Rideau Glen bus service.
Correct. So whereas the Transit Commission approved report ACS 2020 TSD TS-6 on the 18th of November 2020, which was later approved by council on the 9th of December 2020. And whereas the approved report recommended adjusting the boundary between the urban transit and the rural transit areas to match that of the urban boundary as defined in Schedule B of the official plan. And whereas the change reclassified large areas of the city from RTA to UTA, and whereas although the change affected predominantly Greenbelt or undeveloped areas, a few populated areas were also affected, with the two largest communities being Hearts Desire and Rideau Glen in Ward 24. And whereas the communities of Hearts Desire and Rideau Glen include the following streets: Bartram, Brenmore, Collie, Courtly, Eisenhower, Goodwood, Holborn, Howard, Kelowna, Mayan, Newland, Prince of Wales, Queen Anne, Rideau Glen, Ryerson, Woodruff. Whereas despite the reclassification, Hearts Desire and Rideau Glen continue to have no transit service nearby, with most homes in the communities averaging 1 kilometer to their nearest bus stop. And whereas per the 2024 budget, the RTAA levy is 0.055612%, while the UTA levy is 0.205539%, representing a difference of about 370%. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to introduce transit service, either fixed route or on demand, into Hearts Desire and closer to Rideau Glen by the autumn 2026 booking. And be it further resolved that should no transit service be introduced into Hearts Desire or closer to Rideau Glen by the autumn 2026 booking, or if it is unfeasible, all households in the two communities, as noted in the whereases, be reverted to the Rural Transit A transit property tax levy, starting in the 2027 taxation year until such a time as service is introduced.
Okay, then we have a notice of motion regarding transit fare, transit window. Councillor Hill has this one. Councillor DeRoche, you're introducing on his behalf.
I am. I'll just read the therefore be it resolved, and this will be filed, of course. Therefore be it resolved that the Transit Committee directs staff review the 90-minute transfer window and present options as part of the comprehensive fare review to temporarily increase the transfer window in order to address current service disruptions felt by many suburban residents.
Okay, are there any other notices of motion? Just look online, not seeing any. We'll move on to inquiries. There is an inquiry from Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. Although an opening date for the eastern extension of Line 1 technically remains unknown, Transit Committee was provided an update today about the progress towards revenue service. Final construction works and train testing are, quote, well underway and nearing completion, unquote, and elements of the ramp are in progress. The eastern extension of Line 1 follows the alignment of Highway 174, which is currently used by routes 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 38, 39, 221, 234, 237, and 302 to connect passengers in the east with existing Line 1 service at Blair Station. 1. What is OC Transpo's plan for bus service, including service on Highway 174, after the eastern extension of Line 1 is operational? 2. Will there be a period where the current service will remain unchanged, functioning as parallel service? And 3. How many bus service hours will the eastern extension of Line 1 replace? And 4. Will those service hours and resources be reallocated to other parts of the bus network? If yes, have any priorities been identified? If no, why not?
Okay, and we have an inquiry from Councillor Devine that Vice Chair DeRoche will read in for us.
Thank you, Chair. This is on behalf of Councillor Devine. Can transit service provide detail on current policies and procedures used to reassign Para Transpo clients to specific vehicle types, i.e. minibus, sedan, or van, question mark, specifically. And then the counselor has 6 sub-questions that will be filed as part of that motion. Thank you. Inquiry.
Thank you. Are there any other inquiries from committee members? Okay. There's no other business today. Our next meeting is September 11th. Thank you to OC Transpo staff for all of the updates. Thank you to the clerk's office for your support in this meeting. And we're adjourned until September. Thank you.